All right, ads should be all done. The sound of chainsaws right outside my window is probably as loud as ever, but look, it's Tuesday. I cannot. I mean, hopefully none of that is coming through to y'all. Every time I bring it up, people tell me I can't hear anything, and that makes me feel better because I sure as hell can hear it. Welcome back to the stream from the greatest city in the world, New York City. It's a city. It's in the world. Give it that much. Look, I'm out of love with this. Oh wait, whoa! That was a big spike. Hello. Am I spiking everybody's? Hey, Phoenix, welcome in. Oh shit, wait, let me catch up on chat. There we go. They are done, but your filter seems to be okay. So they are there. Yeah. I mean, when I shut up, if I just leave it at silence, it'll filter it out. But the whole point of these streams is that one talks. Welcome in, Phoenix, by the way. Ni hao. ¿Qué pasa, habibi? Welcome in. Anyway, we're back to it. I feel, maybe not. Maybe because I'm not. Okay, I'm spiking on OBS. I'm going to just kind of, there we go. Maybe. We'll see. Let me know if the sound gets weird. I don't know why I'm going into the red over and over there. But, yeah, one of the most... Exactly. It is certainly one of the cities of all time. New York City. Anyway, welcome in, folks. Hope everybody had a wonderful weekend and survivable Monday. We're back to our bullshit for as long as we continue to get away with it, which, let's be honest here, might not be much longer. We'll see. But we are continuing today. We'll be diving back into Orpheus Protocol because I did cheat this time, and I kind of just skimmed ahead a little bit because we're going to be looking at combat, and we're going to be looking at the character classes. And well, I think we're going to need a quick refresher on the system as is because, wow, it's complicated. There's a lot. I'm getting the feeling that this is very much, and I guess the cover, it doesn't lie, right? It's combat right there on the cover. It is one of the three pillars, but this game feels all of a sudden very combat oriented, but also the character types, the archetypes there's some wild shit going on in there, so I'm excited to do that. But okay, good, glad. Thanks for the heads up on the sound. But before I get to the Orpheus Protocol, I do need to bring up some errata, if you will, from the Triangle Agency, which we spent all last week on, which is so when we were going through the advancement options, right? Not going to switch to the overhead on this one. I'm going to just kind of hold it up to the camera a moment. You guys, this will be quick. Where is it? Give me one of these. There you we go. So the work-life balance tracks. Yeah, there we go. That's good. Yeah, good work, Dan. So the way I had it, right, is that the way I sort of presented it on stream, right? The game establishes you've got like 30 units of time, and every time you spend a unit of time on one of these, it locks out a little bit from the others, but it locks it out in the. I thought that if you blocked out if you took the first one in reality, it then prevented you from taking the first in anomaly or competency. So my video is mirrored to me, so it looks weird, or it feels weird. My hand keeps trying to go in the wrong direction. Anyway, that's wrong. That was wrong, and thanks to the commenters on the YouTube video who made sure I knew about that. What it actually slashes out is the last one in the other ones. So what it doesn't prevent you from starting the other tracks, it prevents you from going that far. Like the only way to spend your 30 units and get to the max in any track would be to spend all of them there, and then it would be blocking out from the end. So it basically prevents you from getting the higher levels of the other tracks because you're spending more time on one specific track. It doesn't lock you out of the stuff because this actually matters. Like the order in which certain things get unlocked matters. So it did feel a little weird, thinking back on it when I said, oh, it prevents you from getting, if you get the reality, which has a D4, and then that means it locks me out from the first step in anomaly. But then I guess if I get the second one, then I would start in the second step. And it did feel a little weird, but in the live stream rush, I kind of just went with it. So yeah, no, I was definitely wrong on that one. It actually like takes away the last one on the block, and yeah, it keeps you from going to the very highest levels, which makes a lot more sense. I think the other thing was, I think I misspoke in one when I said that I rolled a Transcendence, but I didn't get the effects, because when you do a Transcendence, besides not generating chaos, you also get, there's certain effects, benefits that kick in, right? Like you can add additional threes as needed for those powers and abilities that get better, or have have additional things with more threes in the roll, right? And I think I kind of just said like, oh, I gotta, I'd roll 3 threes, but it, didn't count as a Transcendence, something along those lines. I'd have to rewatch my VOD to get the exact part, and I'm not about that life. But no, what I actually meant was that I had rolled during the game. I had rolled a 2. I rolled two threes, and then I spent a QA to change that to 3 threes. And that still had the base effect of like 3 threes means 0 chaos, sort of full success, but it doesn't make it a Transcendence. It doesn't kick in the other effects of it being a Transcendence, which is working as intended. That is how the game is supposed to work. So errata presented for Triangle Agency. Otherwise, still the dope ass game. Half played, will most likely run for Fandible, which I may as well, now that I've reminded myself of it, get in the habit and hit the button. So let me move the Triangle Agency box to the pile of boxes, the unbalanced pile of boxes back there. I'll balance it, but there's also like everything. Okay, so everything back there, you can't really tell because it's blurred, but hey, Cat Oil, welcome in. I hope so. I hope so. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. But I've got, let's see. So at the bottom is a big box called Xeno Language. I want to go through that at some point. That one's got like pieces. Then there is the big box for Stealing Stories for the Devil, which we actually played on stream once. And also the Devil's Dandy Dogs, both of which kind of came together during the Kickstarter. I think I somehow, like when I backed Stealing Stories for the Devil, Monty Cook has gotten so much of my money over the years, I swear. I somehow backed it at a level that just included the Devil's Dandy Dogs. I didn't even know that was a thing, but I have yet to even properly read through it. It's just there, and there's a reminder to do it on stream at some point. So I'll rebalance that. I've got other box RPGs out in the living room, like the City of Winter and what is it? The End of Magic, or the Tale of Magic, something like that. They're kind of like one, they're kind of related. They're both kind of the same thing. They have like a huge, beautiful cloth map that unrolls. I want to check those out so much. There's so much streaming I want to do, folks. I want to do this. But anyway, speaking of, I think it's time to switch on over to the overhead. So why don't we do exactly that? All right, here we go. Let's see. Are we okay? I see myself up there. I see the book. I see the just giant shine of the overhead light on the shiny book. So let's see. What angle do I have to hold it up at so you don't get all the shine? Maybe like here. There we go. Is that yeah, that's okay. There we go. That's an angle that I can hold it at and read, and y'all can see stuff. Speaking of Monty Cook, Invisible Sun is in a humble bundle at the moment. Would you recommend it? Oi. It's the digital version, right? It's the digital version. Depends on the price. If it's a good price, just as a thing to read, as a world, and as a setting, and just for ideas of what to do with characters, it's an incredibly imaginative game. It really is. The problem with it, and I think it's something that's gonna, I think, come up in discussion as we talk about Orpheus Protocol shortly, is the sheer amount of buy-in. And to be fair, I'm going to throw myself in here on this because the game that I'm working on myself, Seeker's Call, and so many others, there is a level of buy-in that is required of that. I'm going to be honest, I'm kind of pessimistic about these days, and I'll get into why. So Invisible Sun is an amazing. I have actually played it just once, but actually no, twice. Once online, once at a con for a one shot. Both times were technically kind of one shots. I think the online one we had like 2 or 3 sessions. But the idea of running a proper campaign on it remains my white whale, really. So, like I said, if you're interested in the world building, and the game design of it all, the sheer amounts of lore that's in there, buy it for yourself as a treat. But keep your expectations real low about the chance of ever actually getting to play it with anybody. Then again, we can say the same about. So this is a topic that's gonna hit me hard today, I think. So yeah, I mean, it's a good game. It's a good game. I like it. I like it a lot. It's just such a hard sell to people because it's so incredibly high concept. But yeah, but it does have a lot of ideas, a lot of really cool bits to it. That said, if you're just overflowing with money and you can get a copy, you can get your hands on the physical stuff like I have out there. Oh my God, I should literally just run off with this camera to, because it's wireless. I should run off with this camera to the living room and just show you my little Invisible Sun shelf. The problem is you won't get any audio from me when that happens. That would be unfortunate. So you know what I'll do. Next break. I'm going to either just go take a quick picture or just set up my little wireless mic during the break so I can actually just stumble over to the living room and show you the shelf of the Invisible Sun shit. Not including, by the way, this surface that the book is on right now is one of the cloth maps. This is the Path of Suns from Invisible Sun. At this point, I just needed to be able to use at least some of the props that came with the game, because on a physical level, holy shit, so many props. It fetishizes the physical at the table bits and bobs and crystals and counters and special dice that are dedicated to only one thing. And physically, like the Vancian magic in that game, like the classic Vancians, literally it's a school. It's one of the schools is just the Vancians, and they there's a physical component to it, so to really like measure. Okay, so certain spells are just bigger than others. They take more mental space, and you only have so much mental space. So you literally have to play a little bit of magic Tetris to fit the spells that you can within your little square. And then as you go up in level, you get to either make big spells smaller or eventually like have more mental space while making bigger spells smaller, so you can fit more of them but still have them be more powerful. That's one system. Every other character type and class has its own built-in complex system of magic. It's incredible. I love it. I will never probably ever get to play or run it, alas. And it's my white whale. It really is my white whale. Maybe someday. Anyway, it will be. Yeah, no, I say like pick it up. I think you'll like it. I mean, it's mechanics wise. If you're familiar at all with the Cypher system, it's based on that, but it goes a lot further. It does its own special things with it, and yeah, like I said, it's yeah, it's one. I really like it. I really like it. I really like it, but also, Monty Cook, you've taken so much money from me for games that I will never ever get to play. Like I barely got to play Stealing Stories for the Devil with the gang, and that was a hard sell. I basically had to foist it on them in a hotel room. So like. It's so hard. It's so hard. I think Monty Cook, get so much of my money because they make games that tickle the what I like to see in games in terms of concepts and gameplay. But what I like to see in games in terms of concept and gameplay is not shared among most other role players that I know. Not to say there aren't a lot of us. Monty Cook is still in business. That they keep making money. Possibly there's just a lot of us lone dots, enough to keep them in business, but not enough for us to run into one another. Anyway, we're here to talk about Orpheus Protocol in theoretically speaking. And before we actually dive into the topics at hand, right? Because it's been a while. Let's remind ourselves real quick of the core rules, the dice mechanic on this. So then as we get to combat, we're going, because it's just a lot. There's a lot. So let's kind of dive into it. So quick reminder on the core rules. You roll 3. Okay, this game is basically, we kind of already established that is, oh, come on, there it is. That is basically fake dice in terms of how it runs. So if you will add your attribute, so you have an attribute, in which case it is over here. Gosh darn it. There we go. Perception, focus, dexterity, vitality, charisma, and willpower. And your rolls are basically whatever your rating is in that attribute, and then you roll, and that would be a +2. So if you had a focus of 4, and that's what you've been rolling, now your total is 6. The way the game is supposed to actually be, it's 3 regular die, and so that 3 and 4 are nothing, 6 and 5s are +1s, 3 and 4 are nothing, but if I'd roll this, 1s and 2s are minuses, so that would have all canceled each other out. But for ease of use, honestly, if you have access to fate dice, it's so much easier, because it's that same mechanic just presented with numbers, because to be fair, fate dice are for fate. They're banking on people just having regular d6s, which, yes, as well they should. And I respect not shouting out the competition by going, hey, you can also use fate dice. Although, no. I think they, Destination D6. Here we go. So they don't shout them out by name, but they do kind of say, doesn't really matter what dice or other generators use, so long as your choice is capable of producing a set of outcomes which can be mapped to -1, +0, and +1, such that each has the same probability of occurring. So basically like that. And then there's the D3s, which are separate. And also a point of confusion, as we saw in a previous stream, because a regular roll is 3d6, but occasionally they'll want you to roll a single d3, and the d3 is actually 1 or 2 is 1, 3 or 4 is 2, 5 or 6 is 3. It's an actual d3, not a d6 used for this. So that part was a little confusing the first time we ran into it, but good to know, right? So that's your basic check. Now, skills. If you're using a skill, you're still just rolling your attribute plus dice, but skills are very interesting in this game. I was actually really pleased. In fact, I distinctly remember giving the skills section one of those, because I really found it really interesting. Each level of a skill, unlike a lot of other games, is not just a +1 to your roll. It opens up possibilities. So for example, at rank D at a skill, it opens up the chance for you to spend strain. So strain is kind of like your everything resource in this game, right? You spend strain to activate, to push certain actions, to activate certain abilities. It's the thing you spend in this game. But it gives you the ability to spend up to 2 strain to boost rolls, gaining +1 to the check for each strain spent. So even just at its most base level, let's say I had that focus roll, maybe I'm rolling, I don't know, let's see, can we find a quick skill? Quick skill that uses focus. Discipline. Okay, or common knowledge. Let's do a non-combat skill. Knowledge craft. All right, that can use focus. So let's say I was doing a knowledge check, right? Yeah, functional knowledge of a given area of study or expertise in a trade or craft. So let's say that was a knowledge check. I had focus 4. I had rolled. There we go. That's literally the same roll. Could not have done that better if I'd planned it. So that's a total of 6. But oh no, the GM says I guess it's the guide in this game says, well, yeah, but this was very hard knowledge check. Not very hard, actually. It's hard enough. Where do we have the levels of the difficulty levels? Let me see if I can find them real quick. No? Am I wasting time? Anyway, point is, a 7 is a fairly difficult roll, but the difficulties can go like all the way up to 12, or I think even 20. Actually, yeah, I think they go all the way to 20, which is kind of wild. But 7 is still a challenging roll. Anyway, the GM says, oh, no, you needed a 6. Sorry, you needed a 7. In fact, no, it's even worse. It's even worse because I think in this system, you can't meet. You have to beat. Let me just double check. Actually. Where's the checks? Okay. The attribute most relevant is attribute score. Another bonuses, many bonuses depend on your... The outcome check depends on how well your score stacks up to difficulty value. As described. Opposed checks. Wait. I could have sworn I had read that you have to meet. Maybe will depend on his risk or not. If a skill checks contain an attribute check, which can be affected by a particular skill. Sample once reaction time. Okay, if your score... Here we go. No, that's opposed checks. Wait a minute. Where did I read this? Sneaking past the scent. Okay, wait, no. There's a difficulty part that I'm skipping. Jesus Christ. Next page. Thanks for that. Thanks for that, Dan. Well done. I'm a professional. All right, so in unopposed check, your score is compared to the DV. So again, a 7 is task that even a trained person would find very difficult. So again, even with training in knowledge, it's a hard roll. But again, they go all the way up to 16 plus, which is wild again to me, I guess. But once we see maybe the character classes here, we might see that your skills can go up a lot higher because there are some wild archetypes, some wild character classes. I thought this game at first felt very low. Not low magic, low tech, but at a little more like modern world, right? And I thought you were going to be playing agents who some of whom have a few tricks up their sleeve. Or again, just wait till we get to the archetypes. For some of the stuff you can play in this game. I was not expecting that. So if your score is equal to or greater, okay, so you need to hit a 7. You need to hit to match or beat, and then if you beat, you get degrees of success. Cool. So we did that knowledge check. We got a 6. We need a 7 or higher. Well, if we have, and then finally back to skills, or the skills, I should have. Yeah, there we go. Skills. If I have a rank D, well, I can then spend up to 2 strain. So I can spend 1 strain, boost my score up from a 6 to a 7, and boom, I succeed. But maybe getting an extra degree of success in that roll might have helped me. I can spend an extra strain, make it an 8. Now I've succeeded with an extra degree of success. That's just by having the skill gives you the ability to sort of give that oomph and bump up the skill. And then the higher ranks raise that up. So rank C now lets you spend up to 3 strain. So now you can push even harder. Then at rank B, you see how long this one is. Now you can basically spend strain to do the thing faster, to reduce the initiative cost of your action, so you can get it done quicker during combat. Or you can, once per scene, re-roll a check. Or once per scene, you can basically you can basically roll a luck check, which I believe is literally just a that for them. That's a 0 luck. Like most luck checks are going to be 0. We looked at that before. But basically, if it works, it gives you a chance to get a free bonus without having to spend strain or anything. Then at rank A, you can spend strain to ignore all the negative dice. For example, had I rolled that 4. before I started with a 4 and I rolled this, normally these two would have canceled themselves out and would have left me with a 3. But if my rank in that knowledge is A, I can start off with spend 1 strain to ignore all the negative dice. So I ignore this. So now all of a sudden my result is 5. Still a fail, but I also still have access to all the previous stuff, so I can keep pushing myself to then make that 5 into a 6 and then a 7 just by spending an extra 2 strain. So by spending 3 strain, I eliminated a whole bunch of stuff, still managed to succeed, even though that wasn't a great roll. Again, the skills, basically what they do is they open up the doors for you they give you new ways for that your character can push themselves and take action in the game in order to increase their chances of success at the things that they are skilled at. So I really like that approach. It's very interesting. It is very complicated. It is very complex, right? It's not... once you think about it, I'm not going to say it's not intuitive. Once you think about it, it makes sense. But it's not instinctive at first, right? It's not the way you would think of, like, well, normally a skill just goes up 1 level and I get a +1 to my rolls. This makes higher level skills feel more impactful. It opens up more things that you can do the higher level your skill is, which to me feels like it makes something like this, which is that the cost to improve it gets higher and higher and higher as you go up in ranks, feel better to me. Because, yeah, each rank is giving me more things versus most games where just a +1 on a rank just gives me the +1 on the bonus, but for some reason it costs me 3, 4, 5 times as much as the previous one. I get it. I know why that's there from a game design standpoint. I'm just saying I don't like it. This makes me feel better about this as a player. It's like, well, yeah, of course it's costing me more XP. Look at all the stuff it gives me. So again, I really like this aspect of skills and how that is. We also have the whole thing about humanity, and we're going to see a lot of that once we get to the archetypes. But basically, everybody starts with 100 humanities, doing certain things, having eldritch knowledge can kind of lower your max humanity. As that goes down, eventually, if you reach 0 humanity, you basically become an NPC. There's the backgrounds, which is this. So this is, again, we have the archetypes, which really are the closest thing to a character class that this game has. The backgrounds are basically just skill packages. Just like, all right, if you choose the medical professional background, these are the skills that you kind of start with. You start with investigation at rank D, knowledge of medicine and empathy at rank C, first aid at rank B, and your combat skill of stability gets a bonus because you're a medical professional. That's basically what they are. They are stat packs. We looked at humanity and horror, which I just mentioned. Basically, certain things will cause you to have to do a check to see if you lose certain humanity. But we did look at these, and again, I believe these got another root from me last time, because I really like what it's doing with the defense against horror and horror thresholds, where it really does a pretty good job, I think, of modeling compartmentalization and sort of. What's the word I'm looking for? It was right on the tip of my tongue. Just kind of when you get, you get inured, if you will. You get numb to certain aspects of horror after a while. Ask any horror fan. And that gets reflected, but also at the same time, when you break, that gets reflected in different ways. I think it's a pretty good system. It's a pretty good system for acclimation to horror, and then ways to kind of just embrace the abyss and go on. Surrendering to fear, what that means. Like basically, if you try and resist, and yet despite the resistance, it hits you anyway, it can be even worse. It's really cool system without diving into the sanity, quote unquote, mechanics that a lot of games that kind of trap. This isn't so much about going sane or insane. This is about encountering horror and reacting to that horror in danger, by fear, despair, or disgust, and how eventually some of that stuff can break you, can dehumanize you. Much better approach than going like, oh, this shit is Lovecraftian, so it drives you crazy, So again, overall, I'm really liking it. So I think we saw. Did we see that social influence? Yes, we did. We did. I believe we got some of the social influence stuff here last time. So I'm gonna kind of skip over it a bit. But it is a slow game, or a more methodical approach to handling sort of social encounter, social combat, if you will, social manipulation. It takes into account taking time to observe your target, to figure out what they like, what they need, what they want, then interacting with them in certain ways to get more information, using that information and setting up situation to modify a whole gamification of sort of like, managing social influence, which I think is interesting. I would need to see how it would play, of course. Again, I've been with FanDuel for a while, and we kind of always tend to eschew a lot of the social mechanics under the banner of like, oh, we know how to role play. I say that with an attitude because yes, it is kind of a shitty thing to say, oh, like, I don't need your social influence mechanics, I know how to role play. No, that's like I'm going to call myself out, at least on that I've had that attitude in the past, and no, like, this is part of the game, right? Like, it's not just like, how can I put this? Like, I prefer a system like this in which a person has a chance. You can still role play through it. In fact, you should. It's kind of the point of the game. But this allows a person to kind of build that social influence, build their way towards getting what they want from this NPC, from this other person in the game. It gives you a chance to do that and have it make more sense versus like, well, I just role played an incredible speech and then I rolled and I got not even a 1, because a crit fail, at least you can have fun with that. You can go like, oh, okay, well, you really stumbled over your words, or you said something that actually in their language means, like, fuck your mother. So whatever, but like, you roll a 5, it's like, oh, well, I guess that whole performance that I did was kind of pointless, right? Like, this lets you the build there. It's like, all right, you perform through it, but it's not going to just be down to a single die roll. It's the process of it. However, my only worry, of course, is how much this would slow down a game. We would have to kind of play through it to see. It's my only concern there. Overall, though, kind of dig it. And then some stuff with like stealth, like how to basically assassinate people. People are wary, vigilant, etc. Anyway, good stuff. But here already we're seeing part of what I'm gonna start to worry about, especially now as with this cool and game. Holy shit! Some of the art in this game going forward is beautiful. I can see where some of the Kickstarter money definitely went to that art. They definitely commissioned some absolutely gorgeous art, in my opinion. Anyway, but here we're already getting a bit of a hint on, like, this is just the social mechanics. We're getting a bit of a hint on how complex combat will be, because this is where the game, I feel like, wants you to spend the bulk of your time on. And I say that, and we're going to get into that quickly, but I'm going to hop ahead to the archetypes first, although you can see that we've got a decent amount, and then action reports and downtime, and there's a whole system for that. And then by then, we eventually get to advancement. So there's all this. Now we get to the archetypes, and I'm not going to go any further here, but I do want to bring up that the archetypes here are discussed almost solely in combat terms. Like, the True Faith archetype is a tank support hybrid with excellent healing and survivability, while the Occultist is an offensive caster and stealth infiltration hybrid with surprising survivability at the cost of self-inflicted stress damage. Or the Hero, a survivability... So this is Dave's character. A survivability powerhouse with access to answers for attacks, status effects, horror checks, and even bad luck. Excels in melee maneuvers and tactics attacks. So, like, the description of the archetypes are almost entirely, at least at that first time you meet them, it's all about combat. And yes, the game did make it clear earlier on that the three pillars that it has, right? The three pillars are, let's see here. Where do we have them? Where do we have them? Are they here? Are they before or after safety? Okay, I think we're around here. Yeah, so investigation, social influence, and combat, right? And so we've seen investigation, but we haven't seen a proper like, I'm not seeing something like Night's Dark Agents or Gumshoe here, right? Investigation is basically just a set of the right knowledge rolls, play through it, etc., etc. But there isn't like a custom investigation system. And social influence does get its custom system, right? So that one at least. But then the combat one, oh boy, here's where we're going to spend a lot of time, because it's apparently a lot more tactical than I was expecting, and that's again between that and seeing that the archetypes are defined in those like combat specific terms. Like, this is, I feel, where the game, whether it knows it or not, it's where the game wants you to spend the bulk of your time, right? We start off. Player characters, the Orpheus Protocol, often face deadly danger. You don't say. I mean, we're about to dedicate a lot of time to it. By the way, I don't know if it comes across in my tone, because my tone is generally flippant. This is not a criticism. It's not bad that the game has this focus on combat. On the contrary, it's just that I was surprised. I didn't get that vibe until I kind of got to it. So let's and then once I kind of like skimmed quickly, I was like, oh, there's a lot going on here. Let's save it for the stream. Save it for the stream and see how we kind of work through this. Because there's a lot. Initiative alone takes actually no, wait, I think we saw this part. Yes, we did see this part last time, actually. Yes, I did. Holy shit, I completely blanked out that we actually went through the initials of combat here. I think where we dropped off was in tactics, right? Dealing with damage. Okay, I think we dropped off, just before tactics, and we kind of skimmed past, we kind of skimmed over health. Yeah, we did read this, but it was quick because we were trying to end the stream. So yeah, we did actually start tactics, is then where I sort of like, oh, whoa, there's a whole bunch of stuff. So first, let's refresh on combat. One thing I liked, and I remember liking this a lot, is the initiative system. So the initiative system, when combat begins, and again at the beginning of each round of combat, if participant in combat makes an initiative check. Initiative check is a special attribute check made using your initiative attribute. So it's a specific attribute. It gets defined. You make your check. You don't spend strain. There's no skills. It's just a basic your initiative and whatever. So that would be initiative +1 basically on that roll. The check is unopposed. EV of 0, you succeed. You gain a number of initiative points equal to your degrees of success. If you fail, you gain 0 initiative points, which means that if for whatever reason something has lowered your initiative score to like 3 or less, and then you get this is a good roll, but you get like a very bad roll like that, then it is possible to simply not be able to act that round because you gain 0 initiative points. But also, like, let's say like you do have something and then you roll and you get like this, and it's like you're at -2 and you get this. It's like, oh, I got the 1 initiative point. Like, I got one last thing, even though I'm like, whatever, slowing me down. It's an interesting approach. But again, it also means, just because of the bell curve of how the 3d6 system works, it means that 90% of the time your initiative is going to be your initiative score. Like 90% of the time, like, we did a whole bunch of rolls last stream, and like this stream I'm rolling really well for some reason, but what we'd found is that 90% of rolls are like this. Like, they just kind of cancel each other out, and then the other like 8% are rolls like, Jesus Christ, like this, where most stuff cancels itself out, or like, so it's just this. These are incredibly rare in this system. It's triple ace or triple threes, right? Sorry, triple sixes or triple threes. So, it's not a complaint, more of a comment on, like, it means that, the variability in results is very small. The rolling, which is not now that I think about it, let's take a moment to think about that. It means that while it is possible to crit fail, I believe we'd seen that before in one of the options here. It also means that as a general rule, your characters are very rarely going to be far better at something than their base capability allows them to be, but also rarely, if ever, far worse, right? If you have a high base attribute that you're rolling at something, you're almost always going to be rolling higher than somebody at that, having a final result higher than somebody who's at a lower attribute, which, again, should be as normal, but it does feel like it really concentrates the results very close to your score. There's really the variation to either end of that with a maximum of +2, or sorry, +3 or -3 in either direction is small. So with that in mind, initiative. So whatever number of initiative points you get, once you have gained your initiative points around, you must immediately spend the initiative points required by overbought. So in a nutshell, we're going to skip over this because we actually saw this last stream, but basically it means that you have a pool of points to spend every time you spend them. Actually, no, you know what? My minis are all on the other table, but I have a couple of Pokemon minis here. So we have, well, that's one Pokemon mini holding a, there we go. So this is a little Pokethulu. Have you seen this little guy? Have you seen this little guy? I don't know if he's showing up on camera there. Yeah, you see that little guy? That's a little Pokethulu. I really do need to paint him someday. I'm just terrified. I'm just terrified of it. And also these are like pewter. These are like flash. Like I need to clean them and everything. I probably should not be touching them with bare hands, but oh well. Anyway. How are we doing, by the way, chat? Chat's been quiet, probably for the best. If I know my chat, they're keeping me on in the background while doing other stuff, and that is the intended purpose of this stream. Sorry, let me just wet my whistle. All right, so we've got these three guys, right? And we're just going to use the handfuls of D6s. Doing fine, thanks. Good. We're going to use the handful of D6s that I have handy here to represent the initiative points for each and every one of these little pewter horrid abominations. So let's say we're gonna give them all. Let's say they all have initiative 4, except Pokethulu, because he's a lightning type, so he's got initiative 5. So they all start here, right? This is where we start at the beginning of our round, and then that guy over there rolls, and he gets nothing. You get nothing. Good day, sir. This other guy over here rolls. Oh shit! Oh! He immediately loses 3. He's down to initiative 1, and then Pokethulu rolls, and meanwhile Pokethulu just like revs the fuck up. Okay, well, this is an interesting demo. Okay, yes, exactly. You are okay, Phoenix. See, I knew it. This is how the stream is supposed to be perceived. If you must perceive me, let it be like this. Oh, this dice is so weird. Look at this. Okay, most fate dice have them on opposites. So this one, and then boop and boop on the other one, right? And then the yellow, the minus, and then boop, boop, minus, right? So they're usually opposed. Not this one. I just realized, look at them. They're on facing, they're on facing sides. And then this one right here. And then the only two that are opposed are this. That's so weird. I wonder why they made it that way. Anyway. All right. So we're off to the races. So now first round begins. And who gets to go first? I think it's going to be Pokefucker here. So he does an action, and we're going to skip over what the specific actions are. Don't care. But he does a thing. He spends 3 of his initiative points on that action. Every time an action ends, you kind of look at the standing totals yet again. Looks like Pokethulu is still in the lead, still has more initiative points than everyone, so he effectively gets to go again. And now he's going to make a big move. He's going to make a big move, and he's going to spend 4 of his initiative. Boom. And does whatever. These guys are still standing. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about what he did. He did a thing. And now we look at the levels again, and we go, aha! Now this guy's the highest. He gets to go. So he does something simple. Spends 2. Next round, again, still him. What does he do? Well, aha, here's what we're gonna do. He wants to pull off a big move like Pokathulu, but he only has 2, and we noted that move costs 4. So what's he gonna do? He overspends, and I'm gonna represent that by putting them behind him, because now he is in debt because he is spending 2. He wants to do a move that costs 4. He only has 2. He spends 2, and now he owes 2. I'm just going to represent it that way for ease of trends. Now we get back to these 2. I feel bad for this guy because draws on who has current initiative points, I believe, resolve. And I'm not going to look it back up in the book because I'm not gonna. But this is how I would run it at my table. So sorry if this is not how it's written, but I think it is how it's written. Having dashed off to check your fate dice are next to each other as well. These ones are Dresden files. I never got the official Dresden files. Ones. I think these were from like Complete Strategist, and then these were these from, I don't quote me on this, but these might have been from Die Hard Dice. I think when I ordered dice from Die Hard Dice, I may have ordered a Fate Dice set. Hey, Bathan, how you doing? Welcome in. Your dice are safely digested inside your Cthulhu bag. Hey, it's all the way over there. I'm not going to stand up to get it. But you know what? What I'm going to do is I'm going to put these guys right now for the moment in Dice Jail. There we go. Put them there. Put them aside. All right, so again, I feel bad for this little guy here because Pokathulu over here has the higher initiative score, as we established at the beginning of the round. So if I believe I'm correct, and if I'm not correct, I am anyway because it's my stream and I get to do that. He gets to go again, and Pokathulu just kind of like spends his last initiative on like a little like, I don't know, mocking this guy for being so slow. Finally, this guy gets to go, and he's pissed off at Pokathulu, so he's going to do one of those big four initiative moves on Pokathulu, so he does it. But he only has 1, right? So that means he spent 1 and is now, and I'm going to just represent it, put it behind him, 3 in debt. So then, going into the next round, everybody has their base initiative of 5, 4, and 4. And even before we roll, we see that 2 of these guys are in debt. So immediately we take 2 from this guy and we take 3 from this guy. And these are our numbers as the round starts. And then we release these guys from Dice Jail and they roll again and we add or subtract. And that's how the initiative goes in this game. That was probably very confusing and poorly explained, but I'm not going to do it again. Because I kind of did this same thing last week, and twice is enough for me. But that's generally, again, I do kind of like. Thank you. I'm glad. So this dice, if I'm not 100% mistaken, and look, please bear with me. I have a memory like a steel sieve, rusty, and I don't always know where my things came from. I just know that they are here. But I think I got this dice jail from the same person who made my Cthulhu dice bag that's all the way over there that I'll probably get during the break. I haven't forgotten about the pictures, by the way, or the video, Ken Doyle. So don't worry, it's still happening. But I think I got it from the same. I think they were included. There was this one. There was a bigger one that came with it, which we gave to Dave because clearly Dave was going to need it. Also, folks, we have a guest star who's probably about to knock this camera over. Well, she's blocking it, if nothing else. Hey, sweetheart. Hey, you want to kind of come here in the book and say hi to the people? If I take the book out of the way, will you come under the camera? Let's see if we can get you under the camera. Yeah, who's your good girl? Hi, folks. Hi. We have been visited. We have been blessed by the Esmeralda of Truth. You know what happens when the Esmeralda of Truth shows up on stream? Make a wish. You each get to make a wish. Don't tell me what it is, otherwise it won't come true. But you do get to make a wish. For example, sweetheart, my wish is that I could continue my stream uninterrupted. But I didn't say your wish was going to get granted. Mine certainly never are. But you do get to make one, which really is the important part. Really is the important part here. So your partner crocheted you one, and you're doing great. Oh, hey, hell yeah. So that's okay. So the Cthulhu bag was a crocheted one from your partner. Nice. Mine was I guess it was technically a gift, but also like, yeah, I don't know. I would have to check if the person who made this one still makes them. I will check, because if they do, then I'll place a link on the chat to them, because they're also like, handmade and lovely. Did you know the ancient Egyptian hieroglyphic word for cat sounds like, yes. It's really like Mao, like Mao, like that, kind of, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, isn't that the name of the Egyptian? It's like they're called like the Egyptian Mao. Like, isn't that the name of the cat breed? I don't know that much about cats. I know about my cat. She is a tuxedo cat, and she is a plump, fluffy, fuzzy little girl. Ooh, hey girl, who's a sweet little purry? Oh my gosh, she's purring so hard, doesn't come through. Wow, all right, good. So I correct. There we go. I have earned trivia points. Okay, sweetheart. I mean, look, the people are happy. We're giving the people what they want here. I get that, but also I do need to I could shoo you off. That's the thing. You're a tiny little animal. Look at this. Look at the size of my look at the size of my hands next. She is a tiny little animal. She is a sweet little angel. I could very easily remove her from here. But instead, I, a grown-ass man, 10 times the mass, no, 10 times, I wish, about 40 times, there we go, there she goes. Thank you, I managed to finally guilt you enough into moving. She'll be back. Don't worry, folks, she'll be back. Where were we? Yeah, anyway, that's how initiative points work. It's cool. We like it. Also, there are ways to spend initiative points defensively, to block or parry. There are ways to basically push yourself, spend strain because you're in desperation, and get stuff. All sorts of ways to push that. Good. We got some basic attack rolls, like called shots. This is good. Again, this in and of itself already, it works. It's a little bit more complicated than a lot of more rules light system. If one thing this game is not, is rules light, which is fine. It's just like the overarching trend in tabletop RPGs over the past, I'm going to say 4 years at least, seems to be, we seem to be trending towards rules light, with the sort of rules, with D&D 5 basically being considered like rules heavy. I don't think D&D 5 is particularly rules heavy. I think it's rules medium. Rules heavy, Pathfinder gets a lot more towards rules heavy. A few others. Invisible Sun, oof. Medium heavy. It's a spectrum. Mithras. Okay, yes. I've never. Okay, that's one I've never actually seen in person, but I've heard of. If it's what I'm thinking of, and I may be just reacting to a cool sounding word. Again, my mind barely holds facts, but I would have to look, but then I would have to turn away from the camera. Nobody here wants that. RuneQuest system. Okay, there we go. Yes. A lot of those really old school games, I've mentioned this on stream multiple times. I literally learned to read using my dad's old AD&D and D&D like white box and red box games, books. But he also had a collection of a whole bunch of others. So he had RuneQuest, he had HeroQuest is the board game, but I would have to look them up. I would have to go to one of those old databases and look them. But there were a lot that were like that. I remember one, and maybe RuneQuest or maybe a different one, that everything was percentages. Every single spell had multiple percentage rolls to succeed or fail. Some of those were like super low. It was, I think, one of those systems where you could basically die during character generation if you rolled badly enough. Those wild times, absolutely wild times. All right, this is not that bad, but it's definitely rules medium to heavy. It's not rules light. So we did the whole clash thing last week. We talked about drawing weapons, how the cost, the initiative costs, or minor actions, minor moves, etc., etc. And here's the thing. I was just recently looking at another game that has something similar here with the initiative. And my reaction there is kind of like my reaction here a little, in that I really like the concept of it. I really like the pure flexibility, and I may end up eating my words when I look at something like DC 20, where DC 20 like is the game that I'm looking at as my D&D replacement. Hopefully, even though I literally just started a D&D 5 Planescape campaign in person for a paid game, but again, that's a topic we'll get to at some point in this stream. But point is, DC 20 also has kind of like a similar, like you have an X amount of effectively points, action points to spend during your round, and you can spend, you spend like four, you can do 4 1 action point things, or you can do two action point things, or stuff like that. So I like all this in concept. The one, man's got 8. Anyway, the point is, like, at least in that system, it's like everybody gets kind of like the same number of, and in the other system that I was looking at, it's the same thing. There's a cap. There's X amount of points to spend, and that's it. This one goes a little further in that it's a variable, as we saw during the demo. And by the way, hi Arbalest, welcome in, friend. As we saw in the kind of little demo earlier, right? The number of initiative points, basically action points in this one. Have I looked at Draw Steel? I've heard. Okay, I haven't really looked at it. Is Draw Steel? That's the MCDM, right? If I'm not mistaken. Like, I think my problem with is it Draw Steel? I don't want to say if it's the one, if it is MCDM or not. I think it is. I think the main reason, if it is the one I'm thinking of, I think the main reason I haven't looked at it is because I'm not a huge fan of the dude that's creating it. If it's the one that I think of it, not a full like, oh, cancel that dude or anything. It's just like I don't know. He kind of roasts me the wrong way for some reason. You know what? Wait, before I badmouth anybody, let me bear with me. I need to check. Let's see here. Draw Steel. Yeah, it is MCDM one, right? Yeah. I just, the guy, I got nothing particularly against them, but there's just like something about the guy that rubs me the wrong way. And so that's kept me from looking at the system, which is unfair. Is unfair to the system. I really should look at it at some point. But I remember taking my first look at DC 20 and feeling like, oh, I really like what I'm seeing here. And actually just, we're about to go to ads, by the way. I just looked at the timer. We're going to cut off to ads real soon. But I actually, just before starting the stream, watched the latest DC 20 release, because I think they're about to release 0.9, and they have this whole concept of like Paragon classes, which really does something like interesting with it, which is that it is, so currently each class in the game has a he is a bit much fair. Yeah, this is okay. No, exactly. Like I said, I'm being unfair. I'm judging the system because of the guy, and that's a little bit unfair. Like, the system doesn't, might be an excellent system, right? But I get that. But like I said, the DC 20, I like what it's doing mechanically. And again, as soon as 0.9 officially comes out, that's gonna be one that I'm gonna it'll be the next one on the stream to actually deal with. Because I do overall like what they're doing there, and I do like the game design philosophy that he's got going from what I've seen of his live streams and everything. So I definitely want to hop into that. But before we do that, that's right. It's ads time. You know how it is. Capitalism is a thing. Ni hao, que pasa, habibi. But it's got to be done. It's got to be done. Blame Bezos. And by the way, if you have any Bezos books to send my way, there's probably a big blue button somewhere down there to do it. But in the meantime, just as I ask for your money one way, I go like, hey, if you had given me money, you wouldn't be seeing ads right about now. We'll be right back. Good morning, gamers. I don't know. Anyway, look, we're back. We're talking the tabletop RPG, tabletop RPGs over here, right here, folks, right here. All right. So look, what I was saying before we went off to way off topic, and look, I get it. Avoid D20 systems whenever possible. I've got too many D systems and other dice that need love. I get it. I get it. All right. I love systems that let me do either kind of go the Shadowrun route and just go like, how many dice am I rolling to shoot that guy? This many? Cool. I would like to shoot that guy now with these many dice. Let's fucking go. 1, 2, 3. Right? I love that. I love that. It makes me feel happy. It tickles. This one. D10 did not belong there. All right, exactly. Like GURPS, Shadowrun. Look, I love me a good big handful of dice. All right. Just read the Kickstarter for Draw Steel for 100 pages just for basic rules and creations, and you don't ever miss. It seems a bit much. Yeah, like I said, I'll take a look at the system at some point. Now I'm curious about it. But here's the thing, right? I get the reticence to go find another D20 system. Sorry, roll the dice. There we go. But to me, this is just me personally, right? Just me personally. I don't hate D20. I'm just tired of D&D specifically, and also I just want less connection with Hasbro, WotC, etc., etc. So I am looking specifically for a game that feels like D&D, but it's not D&D. And there are plenty of those. Let's be fair. There are plenty of those. And there's CDMs. There's Draw Steel. There's DC-20. There's so many. There's a bunch. Right. And let's see. Honestly, not missing feels great. It means that we don't have an hour where no one does anything because of rolls. Yeah, which I get. Wait, what the hell? Bathan, I think either your cat did something, but looks like you got timed out. Give me a second. I doubt you were just going on a rant about D20s, but it does seem like you got timed out. Let me see if I can fix that. Bear with me. This is a very small stream, and I do not have mods because why would I? So that was just the system has apparently just taken it against you. Let me go into the moderation stuff and see if I can figure out what the hell just happened to you. Folks, bear with me. Bear with me. I do not know which, if any, of the various options that I have here will let me. Okay, here we go. So, why did we? Oh, it even like made your messages go away. Dropping the hammer, people. No, not on purpose. Not on purpose. Wait, let me switch over here. Hey, there we go. Bear with me. I'm gonna fix this. I don't know what happened there. Why? I'm going to just assume. Okay, can we see this? Mando shared. No, it's not banned. There's probably like this is stuff that I really should know, but I don't. Which is how to untime out. Can I just, how to remove timeout for user on Twitch. Let me see, because I do not know. And honestly, like 3 minutes, go on with your chat. I'll talk in 3 minutes. I know, but it feels, but like I want to tell it to stop doing that. I got a message from Nathan. By the way, thank you for reaching out over on Mastodon. But also, I feel bad. Okay, click on the user's name in the viewer list pane and select custom. Put 0S or 0. Okay, to clear timeout, either use the unban command or overwrite the current timeout with a 1 second one. Okay. So let's see if I can go in there and fix it, because I don't want to, and I just want to know how, because if it happens again, I would like to be able to fix that quicker. Let's see. So you're not in the band, or are you? Wait. Bay. No, okay. So you are not currently banned, which is good because you shouldn't be. But unfortunately, because of because of the way Stream Manager is handling it, I don't think I can click on. Okay, so you'll be back. You'll be hopefully bear with me. Thank you. I don't know why it did that at you. This is stupid. I don't know, man. I blame AI. I blame AI. That's it. It's probably Elon Musk's fault somehow. Let's go back to our game. All right. Well, that little bit of weird stream drama away. So what I was saying about DC20 specifically is that I actually like that it is a D20 system because it does feel familiar. Like, to me, DC20, from what I've seen, let's be clear, I haven't really done a deep dive into it. I'm saving it for the stream. But from what I've seen, it feels to me like what I want D&D to be and feel like. All right? So a system that's not D20 is great. Lots of systems are not D20, and I love them. For example, all the bullshit that we're seeing here, this game is wild. Definitely not D20. I do love it, even though I'm like overwhelmed a little at times. But when I'm playing like when I want that D&D vibe, D20 is what it feels like to me. Personally, right? And so that's kind of what attracted me to DC20, because what I'm seeing in DC20, it's like, okay, it's still a D20 system, but it's doing the things that I want that D20 system to do, not the things that it has done before necessarily in the past, if that makes sense, right? This is not a spin-off of D&D. It's not a D20 system in the sense that it's just reskinned D&D. It is D20 based, but it does, to me, it feels like that it does it right, if that makes any level of sense. See, I had high hopes for Pathfinder, but it got way... Yeah, no, Pathfinder is a whole other direction. Pathfinder, like, to me, this, from what I've seen from DC20, it feels like, in terms of complexity and rules, it's close to D&D. I think it's more elegant. I think it does more interesting things with its rules. But in terms of complexity, it feels around D&D. Pathfinder was D&D, yeah. We need 3.5, which was, to me, possibly the crunchiest D&D. And then they just ran with it. They're like, we like crunch, 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 crunch. Here we go. You got slapped for sending a message with nothing but 5 exclamation points in response to your no more D&D. Oh, I see. All right. Well, okay. Now I know that is apparently not good. Dathan, wow. The auto mod just went like, no. Wow. Good to know. Well, welcome back, friend. But yeah, so. You get the idea. You get the idea of like why I'm attracted to DC20, right? Because I'm trying to fill that niche, fill that D&D niche without really playing D&D, right? And like I've said before, I think that what exemplifies that more is that their dedication to what they call the class fantasy, which that's another game. Let's save it for when we get to that, which may be very soon. I believe that I just saw a video earlier today about Paragon classes, which in a nutshell, basically each class has. And the base book is going to have 3 subclasses. But in addition to the 3 subclasses, you can always go the Paragon route. And the Paragon route is kind of like exemplifying the core class fantasy of the class. For example, the Barbarian, right? You've got your core class identity of the Barbarian, right? Big, tough, does lots of damage, has rage, can take lots of damage and keep going. That's sort of like your core thing with a Barbarian. And so Levels 1 and 2 of Barbarian are that. You're big, you're strong, you hit hard, you take damage, and you keep going, etc., etc. At level 3, then you get to choose a subclass. Again, very similar to D&D in that sense. And the subclass can go like, oh, you'll have, there's, your wild magic barbarian, and your elemental power barbarian, and your wild animal barbarian, whatever. These are not the actual subclasses. I'm just making them up right now because I don't remember the exact ones. But each one of those subclasses has a lot of flavor. They have their own things, like, oh, the elemental power barbarian can light up his axe with fire and wreath himself in stone, and really cool. But that's that very specific class. But what if I want to keep leveling up? What if I got to level 3 and I don't want to cover myself in stone and light my axe on fire? I don't want to be summoning down wild magic with every strike. I don't want to embrace the power of the beasts. I want to continue getting bigger, stronger, and angrier as a barbarian. That's your paragon class. That's then so you are the paragon of your class. You are barbarian, subclass barbarian. And so the powers that they give you are basically amplifications of the core of what it is to be a core barbarian in the system. The sample they give them, hey, Ken Doyle, no worries, lurk away. Thank you so much. Yeah, I appreciate the lurk because, Twitch likes the numbers. But like the paragon ability for the barbarian, if you go that route at level 3, you get to choose a certain level of like core barbarian talents. The ones that they give as examples, for example, being able to wield a two-handed weapon in one hand, so you can dual wield two-handed weapons. Yeah, that's a real core giant. Oh my god, look at that guy. He's got 2 fucking claymores or halberds or whatever, like giant weapons, one in each hand, and he's coming right at me. The other barbarians don't get that, right? They get to light their axe on fire, and they get to do wild magic and everything. But this guy, who was like more barbarian than barbarian, just extra barbarian stuff. So that's kind of like the philosophy there, which I like. I think it's fun. I like the approach that they're taking. I'm excited to go through it once 0.9 is released, which hopefully should be very soon, because what he said on that video was that that 0.9 would come out either at the same time of that video or very, very close to it. So I think we're so close. We're so close. All right. Back to the Orpheus Protocol, which happens to actually be the game we're supposed to be talking about on this one. But never mind. We got sidetracked. Have I ever heard of Hyperborea? I've heard of it in terms of it being sort of the setting for the Conan the Barbarian novels. Is it a game? I'm guessing it probably is a game if we're bringing it up. I haven't heard of it as its own game. I've just heard that as the setting. Wait, now I need to check. Yeah, tabletop RPG. Let me see. Hyperborea. Bear with me. Borea. Yeah. Tabletop RPG. Northwind Adventures Home. Sorcery and Weird Science Fantasy. Ooh. It's got a referee's manual, a player's manual. Modulistic Terror, 3 new adventures. Is this like an OSR style game, kind of? It really feels very OSR just from the style of it. I don't know if that's officially like the approach they're taking. Let's see. Yeah, definitely. Okay, from this, Hyperborea is the premier role-playing game of sorcery and weird science fantasy. Its milieu are inspired by the fantastic literature of Robert E. Howard, H.P. Lovecraft, and Clark Ashton Smith. Game rules and conventions are informed by the original 1974 fantasy wargame miniature campaign rules as conceived by E. Gary Gygax and Dave Arneson. Yeah, so that's even if it's not officially OSR, it's in the milieu of the OSR games. Yeah, like just from reading it. So it reminds me, and that's another one that I do want to go on stream at some point. Right? I haven't done a stream about Shadow Dark, have I? I don't think I have. Oh my god, have I done a stream about Shadow Dark and I don't remember? I don't think so. And if I have and I don't remember it, then it's time to make another one. But Shadow Dark is another one that I do want to go and talk about stream, because it does a lot of interesting stuff, and it's sort of like the reason it's not my D&D replacement, even though it has been for a lot of people, is because it is a sort of really condensed, sort of like, here's the core of what D&D is at its core, like informed from those old school sensibilities. The problem that I have with the OSR games in general, and that I probably have with Hyperborea, if it's that kind of thing, is that a lot of those games kind of thrive on the idea that they are very brutal, that your characters can and will die. They thrive on the idea of system mastery by the players. For example, even Shadow Dark, which I think gets as close as I've seen to being really super accessible to players who are not, who maybe not aren't coming in to the, who are coming in from like a more D&D 5 or a more story game focused thing. And it's weird because in its own weird way, games like Shadow Dark are very story focused. Like, the systems are very simple. 99% of things are kind of just left to you, to the GM, to the dungeon master or whatever, to kind of like decide in the moment, which makes it very flexible, but also like, again, it's very sort of minimalistic, but also there is this expectation of lethality in a lot of those games that is a little bit of a turnoff, just to me, just because I really enjoy being able to dive into a character long term, right? Build a long story with them. And these games are basically, most OSR games, they're very focused on a different style of gameplay. Not a value judgment. It's just a different style of gameplay. They are more about like, you're going in, you're killing monsters, you're hacking through a dungeon, you're meant to, it's meant to be deadly, and because that's the game that you're playing. Right? You're playing almost a game of wits against the dungeon. That's what you're there for. So you have to play it smart. The GM is not necessarily going to tell you, hey, remember to, as you walk by, you check for traps, and you see it's like, no. You say what you're going to do, and if you don't do it, then you don't do it, and then the spike trap kills you. Well, you really you should have known better. Get good, scrub. Basically, they're the Souls-like of the tabletop RPGs. And that's okay if that's the experience that you're looking for in your tabletop RPG, which a lot of people are, clearly, given the popularity of OSR systems, then, hey, more power to you, right? But that's why I get turned off by them a little, because I want to be able to stick with a character, and I'm not always like, sometimes, yeah, there are times when that's the game I want to play. I want to play that sort of more tactical, more, like this, it's a challenge. There should be a level of system mastery. But just because of how I approach games most of the time, and why I appreciate Rules Light's game, is because a lot of time, like, we don't have time. The only way honestly, half the point of me doing these streams is so I can finally go through all of these games that I've owned for ages and stuff, for like literal years in some place, and have barely cracked the books open because it's hard to find the time, motivation to sit down and really like go through these games and learn them. There's so much there, right? And so with games like this, and even the games like the one that I'm making, which does have a relatively high level of complexity with the setting and what's setting up, and other more complex games that I've seen, I love them. I love this, but at the same time, I feel like, damn, it's gonna be so hard to get buy-in for this. Where am I going to find 4, 5, or 6 people, in addition to myself, that are also going to take the time, spend the effort to read this book, to learn these complex systems, and then be able to use them effectively? Right? If the system requires a lot of system mastery from the players, if I have to keep track of so many things on this, that is a load that is being placed both on the players and on the GM. Mostly on the GM, right? Because most GMs will kind of like take the position that's like, well, I'm the GM, I should know the rules, and it's my job to guide the players through the game, and it kind of is, to a point. But also it's on it's a collaborative thing. Like, the players also have a bit of a responsibility to know some of the rules that they're playing. At the very least, know if like what die they're rolling, what character class they're playing, and what on general level their characters can do, right? But if the system is complex enough that you really cannot play the system without learning it. And we've run into this issue on the podcast a few times where we've had games, and in fact, there may even be some examples of that where like we started recording and had to stop the recording and go like, yeah, now this one will go up, because we actually have had times when we picked up a game, it looked really cool. And to be fair, we usually pick up games almost the same day that we play them. Like we don't do a lot of prep because most of us, not me, but most of us have busy lives and don't have the time to like learn a new system every week, right? Especially if it's a system like this, it's got a 300, 400 page book to it. I'm not going to go through that, much less if we're like the day we get here to the recording studio, we're like, all right, so who's running, what are we playing today, right? Like a lot of the time, like it gets decided right in the moment, hence why we end up gravitating towards rule slide, one pagers, stuff like that. But even if we had more time, a lot of these games all but demand a campaign from you. They demand for you to spend time with them to actually make it happen, right? Oh, come on, I'm using a screen reader and I can get the 400 pages in a day, no problem. All right, look. First of all, good brag, respect, nothing but respect for that particular brag, because, you know, once upon a time, I did read a lot more. There is a phenomenon. I've heard of this. I don't know the actual explanation, but there is a phenomenon for people like me who like were ADHD kids and are now ADHD middle-agers, which is that we used to read voraciously as a kid. I could get through, I read and reread 400-page like tabletop RPG manuals, massive like novels. Like I would get through like the entire Belgariad in like, you know, a couple of days. And now it's so hard for me to read. It's so hard for me to, as a grown-ass man, to sit down and like just read a long book. Like the only reason I'm still currently, you know, Wind and Truth pilled and a big fan of the Stormlight Archive books and a lot of Brandon Sanderson stuff is in large part because they've had such incredibly well narrated and done audiobook versions. Because I do not know if I had been forced to read them as physical books. Those are enormous like epic fantasy novels. I don't think I would have been able to. I tried to start getting through the Malazan books, and oh my god, they're amazing. It's such deep like world building and character building. The magic is fascinating, and it's so hard for me to sit down and read for a long term. Oh yes, I feel you. Before I lost my sight, I love the epics in hand, going through those pages. Yeah. Anyway, point is, you know, now I just use these streams to force myself to look through these books, but bringing it back to the point, which is that it is a hard sell for players. And that's why so many players, and look, we can go back and forth about this. So many players are like, I don't want to learn another system, right? Because they assume that D&D is, you know, they had to learn D&D. All right. And I think those of us who have been in the hobby for ages and ages kind of underestimate how much there is to learn in D&D. For people that have just recently gotten into the hobby, right? For people who have gotten into the hobby in the past few years, not, you know, kind of grew up with it or been at it for 10 years plus. And for us, like, yeah, of course, no, D&D is easy to grok because we've been doing it for ages. Yes, for new players, it was a substantial load. They had to learn a system, and they had to learn a new way of thinking about how to play games. It is a substantial cognitive load to learn a full, like, you know, a medium to large tabletop RPG system like D&D can be. And let's be clear, D&D is actually not that rules heavy. I was just looking. Okay, here. Player's Handbook. Right? D&D 2014 Player's Handbook. all you really need at a core level to play, right? Everything else, DMG, whatever, it's all nice to haves, but this is it at its core, right? You can just get away with this, and you can run a game, you can play a game, right? When you look at this, it really is up to about, yeah, to page like 200. So the first 200 pages, and even then, that's not like everything. It's like there's a lot of stuff that's just like lists of things. It's not really rules or anything. But like, hell, even that, like it's basically character creation, adventuring. So really, yeah, combat. Okay, so yeah, so the first 200 pages, because you do need to learn combat. But like half this book is just spells and like extra customization options and whatnot. Like the core of D&D is much smaller. Honestly, the core of D&D is a very small, comparatively to many other things, relatively small system. There's really not that much to learn. It just feels like a lot because there's a lot more details. But in terms of just how to play D&D, it's relatively easy to pick up, I think. But for somebody who's never experienced anything, they're going to see all this stuff. They're going to see all those details. It's going to be a significantly. Have you tried to explain spellcasting to you? Exactly. No, you're right, Phoenix. You're right. That's the thing. I having grown up with this, right? Having literally learned to read with those books. Hi, Kitty. I see you down there. I don't think it's complicated, right? I get it. Vancian magic lives rent-free in the back of my head forever. I figured that shit out when I was 6 years old. Not a brag. Probably somebody should have called somebody about that. That I was left alone to figure that shit out as my own, right? The stats of, no. It is. When you step back and actually look at it, it is complicated. But hi, Cat, sweetheart. I'm mid rant here. I am mid rant, sweetheart. Oh my god. Anyway, point is like I keep I get mixed up myself. Like I'm like, oh, it's not that complicated, but actually it is, right? There is enough that the point stands, which is that for people who learned D&D recently, they still have that like, yo, that was a lot to learn, right? That was a lot to learn, and there's all these little details and all these little rules that are weird and all these little edge cases. And look, I'm sure you think your game about, capturing SCPs is pretty cool and all, but ain't nobody got time to do all that learning all over again to play that game, right? I may someday espouse your whole feelings of D&D someday. Yeah. Like, have yourself a proper rant. My feelings about D&D again are complicated. Like I don't hate D&D. I don't think I ever will. Like it is a part of who I am at my core, and a part of me will always, hi Kitty, a part of me will always like love D&D for that. But at the same time, I can hold, a person can hold conflicting opinions, and amongst them for me is that I still love what D&D was, what D&D can be, but I'm also kind of done with the publishers of D&D, and I think there's so much other cool stuff out there that I want the bulk of my focus to be on, not D&D, right? And that's basically where I'm at in a nutshell with this. Sweetheart, yes, I can't pet you, but also, oh my god, she just wants attention. She just wants so much attention all the time, forever and ever and ever. Folks, I need to figure out a way to make more money here, because I don't think my cat would survive me getting a 9-to-5 and leaving the apartment. I don't think she would, and she's too old and too cranky, I think, for me to get her a kitten either. So I don't know. I need to either make this work or find a work from home job soon. Are you gonna sit on my dice? No. Are you just gonna block my camera? What are we doing, sweetheart? Are you gonna sit on my dice? You're gonna, maybe, I don't know. Your tail's all over the place. Anyway, bringing it all back to the Orpheus Protocol. In a nutshell, like, I love what it's doing. What did you just do? Did you hit a button? Or was that Stream Element spot actually doing its job? Okay, just making sure that now she's trying to sit on my stream deck. I love her. I love her. Cat ownership is the best thing that ever happened to me. Now, anyway, my point for like the sixth time. My point is that as much as I love these more complex systems, I feel a little discouraged when I think like, and I'm probably never going to be able to play or run this game because of how complex it is. Not that the complexity is a bad thing. I don't think it is. I think this game is doing really cool things with the mechanics, just like a lot of other games that are more complex that I've seen. I'm like, oh shit, this is cool. Oh, this is really interesting. And then I think like, there's no way I'm going to talk any of my friends into sitting down and figuring these rules out, right? The games that just do the obvious, simple thing of just like, let's make it a D10, for example. Here, I've got, like what my difficulty is a difficulty, like World of Darkness. World of Darkness is about as complex as we're going to let it go. X amount of dice. It's always the same difficulty level. That's it, right? Like, and even that is a line too far for some people. I don't know. It's just it feels bad, man. Right? My thoughts have kind of been hovering there for a couple of days over the weekend, I think, and I'm not sure what to do about them yet. I think there's something I'm grasping towards, and I'm not quite sure what it is, because it's not a happy feeling, right? It's not. I'm not thrilled about the situation that there are these games that I think deserve a chance, and probably will never really properly get them because any complexity above like a low level thing is hard. It's just a hard sell for your average group. Really hard sell these days. PB, hey, welcome in, friends. Good to see you. To be honest, if you ever start running games on the channel, most of the time the system is half irrelevant when you ask people to join. Oh, I get that. That's where running games is, because that's a okay. Here's the thing, and there's a separate sidebar. I love playing games for the podcast. I love playing games on stream. I never said hi. You've been here since I started. No worries. Thank you for the lurk, for the long-term lurk. But like, to me, streamed games and podcasted games are a different experience. And a thing that reminded me of that recently was the game, the Planescape game that I ran, the paid Planescape game that I ran the first session for last week, which 99% of all the games I played outside of conventions have been for the podcast or for a stream, period. That is a different experience from just playing a game to play it. You are putting in a performance, and again, this is not one of those things is better than the other, but they are different. They fulfill different itches. And there are a lot of games that I'm like, oh wow, I would love to play that someday. I don't necessarily want to perform it. Right, and I think part of the whole thing with, like, when I ran that D&D game that was just for it was just for a group of a table there. I still put on a performance because I am getting paid for a service, right? So it is still a job. It's not just running D&D for my friends, but not having to worry about it being for a show, for a broadcast, gave the game a different feeling. A very different feeling, that I was like, oh, this is nice. I liked this. And so not every game that I want to play is a game that I'm necessarily going to want to play on a stream, if that makes any sense. That said, PB, I think I want to try it out with the Fandible folks first. I'm not sure why I want that, because it's going to be very hard getting the full crew. I think it's just going to be a sort of the three podcasters in a trench coat production. But I do want to run Triangle Agency. And honestly, if I could get away with at least a short campaign, like a 5-6 session campaign online for Triangle Agency, I could see that. I could see myself doing that. That could be interesting. Yeah, leave that one in the back of my head. Let me catch up on chat, because Phoenix has been in fact writing out his D&D rant, and I the least I can do is catch up on this. In theory, by the way, welcome to anybody on stream who may have joined more recently. We're technically talking about the Orpheus Protocol. We are this far into the book. We have this much more to go. We've been doing this for about 3 streams so far. Anyway, on topic, Phoenix Scientist says D&D is a framework, as something that brings people together, great, but as a flagship, terrible. It is overly complicated and tied to its own flawed history. The stats don't work, and the main numbers are lies. Your stat is an 18, it's +4 because that is what you use, and the spell list is designed to have wrong spells. That's bad. Don't trick players, and enough of the spells have to be core and yet center in a type of gameplay that doesn't exist anymore. And having a d20 as your core die makes a character extremely swinging, allowing for entire sessions that feel bad and are just exhausting. Having this game as the flagship makes the hobby harder to get into. It is too intimidating, and people who learn it, I think, learning another system will be just as hard. Almost nothing else is hard to learn for the first time as D&D. Most of the good things about D&D are not D&D. They are not D&D. They are the fans and creative interpretations. When the best things about your game are the things people do outside or despite it, that is telling. Okay, yeah, solid rant, and I agree with about 99% of that, honestly. I would have to dig into it for any major disagreement. Yeah, no, I agree with most of that, honestly. And I would be lying if I said that part of my lingering attachment to D&D is simply historical. I grew up with it, right? I have a emotional attachment to it because it is part hi cat by cat of who I am. It's part of who I am as a person. I am not so tied. Like it is part of my identity, but it is not part of my, or at least after decades of therapy, I am not fragile enough to assume that somebody criticizing D&D is criticizing me, right? That's the problem, right, with a lot of the bigger games, like a lot of the Critical Role fan base. Like any criticism of Critical Role, the fan base takes it as criticism of them. And no, I get it. I get the flaws with D&D. There's a lot to criticize. Doesn't remove the fact that there is still there are parts of me that will always love D&D despite that, because of what it meant to me growing up, right? And I'm not gonna sit here and say that the tabletop RPG hobby as it is wouldn't exist if it wasn't for D&D, but to a point, a little. It definitely did kick things off. I think it overestimates how much of the rest of the development of the industry it really took it can take responsibility for. But historically, D&D is D&D. I don't think there's ever going to be anything quite like it. That said, yes, also agreed with you that D&D is a terrible system to start with, and the fact that it is most people's introduction to the hobby is a problem, and it's probably part of the reason why so many other games have such a hard time getting traction. Bringing it back to kind of the point here doesn't change the fact that this is still work, right? Even if D&D wasn't there kind of poisoning the well and making people think that all games are as hard to learn as D&D, doesn't change the fact that, for example, this game that we're looking at right now is hard to learn. Like, I like what it's doing. I think certain parts are very elegant, but this is complex. There's a lot going on with this system. There are a lot of different moving parts to keep track. And the systems themselves, like for example, you've got your, what is it? What was the name here? The strain, right? Your strain resource that you get to spend on rolls, but then here's a whole separate resource that you have to keep track of for your initiative and what you can do and what you can't in rounds. So it's multiple fluctuating pools of stats that you have to keep track of. as soon as you start getting into that, you're starting to add layers of complexity that take time to learn. It's kind of like a lot like how it can be really hard to find players for some of those really complicated, like European board games, because they're like, oh, well, this is like, it's going to take a while for you to figure out what's going on in this game. It's about system mastery. And not that there's a bad thing about system mastery necessarily. It is a choice. It is just something to be aware of. Does your game... Hey, Bathan, thank you, by the way, so much. Oh, well. Oh, no! You know what? Leave it to the very first roll. You may be using a screen reader, you might not have seen it, but the actual subscription animation actually kicked off and worked properly, which I'm very happy about. But also, so when somebody subscribes, it rolls a d20 for them. Speaking of the d20, the d20 criticizing how d20 systems work, you roll the 1. Crit fail. But on the good side, on the good news, task failed successfully. Exactly. I just took a little while. No, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the sub. Truly, honestly appreciate it. I may talk some shit on the channel, but nobody actually needs to give me anything. But I do sincerely appreciate it because every little bit does help. But also, the fact that you rolled an at 1 on subscribing to me is not you rolling an at 1. That result effectively applies to me. I keep wanting to make some sort of reward punishment system. So basically, if rolls are 10 or under or an at 1, I have to like eat a spicy hot bean or something. And then if a result is like, 10 or higher or nat 20, I get a little treat. I think that would be cute. I haven't set that up yet, but imagine that I'm going to somehow punish myself later for your poor roll. In any case, thank you so much for A, the subscription, and B, confirming that in fact my subscription animation is apparently working. It's apparently working. I didn't think it was working, but apparently it is, which is dope. I was afraid it wasn't working because I hadn't been able to test it properly. Anyway. So, where was I? No, slowly your luck, don't worry. You killed the dragon once and crit fails. All right, I mean, I will not take away your crit fail if you want to. You can always... choosing to own your crit fails is part of maturing as a tabletop RPG player. Anyway, point is, yes, complex system, I like, is fun, is good, is interesting, is going to be challenged to get more players into that system. Is really what I'm trying to get around to. If you're kind of fine with accepting that, then okay, let's move forward, right? But that is kind of like the main, the thought that's kind of been going through my head for the past few days, like about games like that. It's like, man, there's so many cool games. I've seen so many cool games on these streams that I will likely never, ever, ever get to play. And as PB says, I could probably get to play them if I chose to run them on stream, which is possibly a thing. Let's think about that. But also, again, there are some that I just wish I could play it. I could just get around a table with my friends. No mics, no cameras, no expectation of performance. Not even for the paid games that I'm running, because at least there's also an expectation. I am still putting on a show for a client. But just friends around a table playing tabletop RPGs for no other purpose than just for the fun of it. The closest thing I get to that is the rare times that I get to go to cons, which, by the way, no promises, no confirmations. Do not take this as any kind of gospel word, but Dreamation 2025 in New Jersey, Morristown, is happening very soon, and there's a non-zero chance that myself and other Fandible folks may be going this year. Don't quote me on that. We're trying to figure things out. The main thing we're trying to figure out is where to stay, right? Because it is money. It is money. The hotel con there is a lovely hotel, and I've been there multiple times, and it's so nice to be able to just walk down from your hotel room in pajama pants and join a game. That said, the staying at that hotel for the full convention usually comes out to somewhere between $600 and $800 total, between room fees, taxes, etc., etc., etc. it's a lot of money, and that's just one person, right? And we are grown ass people. We don't want to just cram all of ourselves in a single hotel room. We're not in our 20s and late teens anymore. That's no. So we're trying to figure out if maybe we can find like an Airbnb home or something in the area. Also, we're all from New York City. None of us has cars. That's the other thing, right? That it's like, well, okay, maybe we save on hotel, but then are we going to have to rent a car to get to the place every morning? It's, yeah. So we're trying to figure it out, but we really do want to try and make it. So if it becomes a thing, if it becomes possible for us to do, I will probably promo that further because I'll be out of the apartment, and people could conceivably find me and do things at me. Hi, Cat. Cat is back. Anyway, all of that to kind of come back to game complex, but still like it. Let's keep moving. Kat, speaking of keeping moving, I do kind of need you to keep moving here. Here we go. There we go. You can sit there. You can sit there. It's fine. I won't stop you. There we go. There we go. That's just a little blob of cat kind of half covering the book. Just don't bite me. Don't. Yeah. Look at her. Look at her go. Don't. You're the one that invaded my whole thing. You invaded my whole thing, and now you bite me. Is this what we've got? Is this what we've come to? My very own daughter, my flesh and blood daughter, blood of my blood. This is it. This day has come. The betrayal. You're purring. You've got your claws sunk into my hand. You bit me twice, and you're purring. My God, I love her so much. I love her so much. There she goes. Bite, bite, bite. Anyway, I would burn this whole city to the ground for her. Let's look at wounds and injury. And then we'll actually... Okay, so yeah, let's look at wounds. Because, okay, finally, 10 minutes away from the next ad break, I think we made it. We made it through like a page in this last hour of the stream. I'm so proud of us, chat. Really, we did it. We did it, chat. We spent an entire hour of this thing barely touching the actual game that we're supposed to be touching. I am so proud of us. All right. Let's go. So we've got, let's see what happens when you take damage and when you die. And then finally, we'll get to tactics, I guess probably after the break, because there is a lot going on with these tactics and weapons and lots of little details here. And Memento Mori, don't even know what that is. Courting Death. I'm curious about what's here in all these tactics and why the tactics section alone is as big as the rest of the combat section. So, wounds, injury, and death. As your character becomes more and more badly wounded on a track, they take increasingly stiff penalties on checks and passive attribute values associated with that track. Okay, so we did see that, I believe, before. Do we have a character sheet? Let me see. Yes, we do. We do. Let me bring it up real quick. Character watch list. There are some good add-ons here at the end of the book. All right, so yes, you can kind of see on the character sheet down here at the bottom left corner where the wounds section is divided into three, right? It's got a clarity section, a health section, and a stress section. In this game, you can take mental, physical, or spiritual damage, basically. And so each section of the wounds is divided into 3 levels. Each level has X amount of little boxes. They start at 2, they can scale up to 4. Certain class choices and skills and attributes and whatnot can add boxes to each of those sort of tiers of damage. And as you start taking damage, you start filling up those tiers. And so the first tier for all 3 is light, then severe, and then critical. So as you fill up the damage tracks in each tier, you start suffering the penalties that match that tier. So so long as all your wounds in clarity, for example, are within the light tier, then you only suffer the light penalties. The moment you suffer a wound that takes you over to the severe tier, then for all those boxes, you are suffering the severe penalties, so forth and so on. Easy enough to figure out. And And let's see here. Wound penalties generally only apply to checks and passive attribute values were associated with the track which has reached the requisite state. Right. So basically, physical wounds will only affect physical stats. Mental wounds will affect mental stat rolls, etc., etc. Wound penalties imposed by the state of a character's clarity track apply to any checks made in passive attribute checks for cognitive or perceptual challenges, generally those made with perception or focus, etc., etc. That gives you examples of what kind of rolls each type of injury will affect. And then let's see. Wound penalties, kind of situational modifiers, yada yada. Status effects. Taking damage carries the risk of suffering status effects based on the type of damage you take, as shown in this section. All right, and then we've got, let's see, we've got multiple status. We've got dazed, we got bleeding, we got burning, and breakdown. I guess breakdown is kind of a status. Yeah, it is a status effect in this case. Safety note for status effects, dealing with damage. Okay, so let's go. So the 5 effects we have are dazed, bleeding, burning, and breakdown. And breakdown seems to be a bit of a special case. So let's take a closer look at them here. Let's see. So daze, when you take 5 or more mental. Okay, so actually no. So they're different. So daze is when you take 5 or more mental damage. Bleeding is 5 or more physical damage. Breakdown is 5 or more spiritual damage. Okay, so the conditions happen when you take a big hit of the type of damage that it is. And then there's just burning. Some attacks specifically specify that they, some attacks specify that they cause the burning status effect in lieu of or in addition to other status effects when you take 5 or more strain of one such attack. So basically then, physical, mental, spiritual, and fire are the damage types in this game. Kind of love that. Kind of love that, actually. All right, let's see. So when you take 5 or more mental damage in one attack before strain-based reduction, roll a luck check. So a luck check is basically just the a standard check with no adjustments. So with the just take 3 dice here, roll them, and that luck check we just got a 6, a 5, and a 2. So that would be the 2 is a -1, the 5s and 6s are +1. So these cancel each other out. See why I want to use fate dice? It's easier. So that would have been a +1 on that luck check. Which is a good one. Based on this table, a luck result of 0+ means no effect from the days. But had you rolled poorly, a -1 luck result. Oh, wait. Well, luck check. At 10, 15, and 20 damage in one attack, take a -2, -3, -2, -3 situational penalty. Okay. So basically, 5 mental damage or more triggers a daze check. If it's just 5 and less than 10, then you just roll the standard luck check, which this one was, again, this one was a +0. 6 and 1 cancel each other out. 4 means nothing, which is still a good result. You want 0 or higher in this luck check because anything negative sucks. But if you take 10 damage at once, then you do that check with a -1. If you take 15 damage, you do that check with a -2. If you take 20 damage, do that check with a -3. That's some big hits. And so the effects are, with a -1, you are dazed. You may not use skill features on your next check or passive attribute point, and you lose 1 initiative point. 2 is a severe daze. Dan, what's wrong with your mouth? 2 is a severe daze. Enunciate. You may not use skill features on your next 2 checks or passive attributes. Interesting. And then 3 is stun. You may not use skill features on your next 3 checks or passive attributes. Lose 3 initiative points. Suffer a -1 situational penalty to your next initiative check. If an entity is stunned and will be afflicted with stun again, increase the initiative check penalty by -1 to maximum -3. So basically, days. Again, here's part of what I'm saying. Like, it's a really interesting system. I really like what it's doing this, and this makes sense. A mental attack, you are dazed. That doesn't mean, and I like that it does this, that it basically limits you, but it doesn't take you out, right? Because I am not a fan, and I've said this before in other streams, I am not a fan of things like being stunned, and stun is one of the options here. That's being stunned means you get to do nothing next round because, oh, you're stunned, so I guess you just stand there. Because there are few feelings worse, especially in games like D&D or in combat heavy games in general, where most rounds are combat tends to be slow in those games. It just simply is what it is. Every person that takes a round, because there are multiple things to calculate for every person, it's going to be a slow going, especially while you're still learning the system, right? Like, system mastery, of course, always a thing. It helps. Once you know it well, you can pretty much go a lot quicker, but it's still a slowdown, right? There are very few systems where you roll a sword, so you roll the one die, and with that die, that was a poor roll, with that die, everything gets resolved, right? There are systems like that. Shadow Dark, for example, I believe is one of them, as part of why the reason people like it so much. You do the one attack roll, and it includes everything within it. But if your combat system is already going to be somewhat slowed down and bogged down with details, adding on top of that effects, and usually very common effects, stun effects tend to be very common in games. I mean, here's one right now, right? If your stun effect is lose a round, my God, nothing makes me lose interest in a game at the table as quickly as that. Having spent, I've seen enough games where like a single round, the go around the table is at least 10 minutes. So I acted on my round, and the net effect is that I ended up stunned. Now 10 minutes pass, gets to me, I'm stunned. I just sit there. Another 10 minutes pass before it gets back to me. And if I'm lucky, the system is one of those like, all right, you were stunned for a round and you're back. Sometimes you're stunned for multiple rounds. Sometimes now I have to make a saving throw and it's already got penalties. And fuck, I'm stunned again and stunned again and stunned again. It's incredibly frustrating. It's a horrible gameplay experience. I hate it when games do that. I love that this game is not doing that. It's imposing penalties. It's imposing ongoing penalties. It makes it so that the worse the dazer is, the longer it lasts. So you basically, the penalty is that you don't get to apply your cool skill bonuses to actions because you can't properly concentrate until you kind of wake up or get up out of the daze. But at least you're not stunned there, completely losing your turn, unable to do anything. Yes, please, more games do this. Very much in agreement with that. Yeah, Phoenix, we're on the same page. All right, you know what? We're not on the same page about, but we should be. Well, it's the ads. It's ad time. Once again, I did warn you all. I did say that we basically got into the entire hour of stream without basically at all touching the game that we're supposed to be talking about, but we did it. We did like 5 minutes at the end, and I think that deserves a reward. And the reward, of course, is that we go to the ad zone. That's not a reward. It's more like Superman throwing like the what is it? The terrible trio. I forgot their names because they were tossed into the negative zone, just like I now toss you all into the ad zone. We'll be right back. Ni hao, here we are. We're back. We're back. All right. Yep, we've got everything. Let's go right to the overhead. Let's not waste any more time because, look, folks, I really want to get to the archetypes today. There's some wild shit up ahead in this book. Once we get to the Nephilim, you'll see. So let's focus on the game. We can do this. I believe in us. Let's see here. Bathan says, say I prefer modifiers instead of reduction. Exactly. I feel like that's a much better thing. It's like, sure, hit me hard penalties. Yes, but don't make it so, like, even if it's quote unquote realistic, right? Yeah, I get it. I get the, certain level of realism and whatnot. Hi, Kitty. Are we back? All right, Cat's back as well. She's the realest thing on this stream. Hey, sweetheart, the people are just looking at your butt on the camera right now. There we go. There she goes. But here's the thing. Here's my problem with the realism argument. I'm playing a game in which I more than likely can throw fireballs at people with magic. Realism was 2 streets back and to the left. All right, I'm here to play a game and have fun. You may have heard of that. You may have heard of this whole fun concept. You know what's not fun when playing a game? When the game tells you that you don't get to play for a round, which may be like 10 plus minutes. You don't get to. Sorry. Because bad roll. Because bad roll happened and now you don't get to play. I know that's why you came here. I know that's why you're here and you learned, hopefully, right? Spent time learning this complicated system and you made a character. Very proud of your character. 5-page backstory. Nice. Anyway, this round, you just get to sit there and be a good little boy or girl because roll bad, right? Like, fuck that shit. I'm sorry, but no. Like any game mechanics that are like that, I hate them. I want them to go away. Why am I using a mic foam cover as a stim toy? Not sure. I'm going to put some dice in it because that's what I've been kind of leaning towards for a while now. I just wanted to put some dice in here for no good reason and then do that. Okay, that made me happy. I'm happy now. Good. It's stream over. Happiness achieved. Anyway, point is all of that, I believe, earns this book another woo because good. I mean, this should not be enough to trigger a woo, but it does because enough other games don't do this right. So with that in mind, I'm going to assume that, let's see. So now we've got bleeding. Okay, wait, a note on days. We do have a note here at the very corner. A little what is this? A little notepad-looking note, a little post-it-looking note. That says, a note on days, D-A-Z-E. If your level of days increases, lose 1 initiative point per level of increase rather than the listed amount. An entity may not lose more than 3 initiative points in a round from days, but the number of affected checks resets with each reapplication of days. Interesting. So basically, it can be extended if you keep getting dazed. And you can lose initiative points. So it is possible. See, this is one of those things where we were saying, like, during the initiative points. So again, let's bring out some visual aids. Again, we got our 3 weird little guys, right? And we had this character here who had just like overspent and was like 3 in debt, right? And then at the beginning of his turn, he starts with 4, immediately loses 3 because he was in debt from an overspend. It starts with 1, but then he rolls his initiative check, and oh no, that's a -2, so his initiative points are now less than 0 less. Yeah, you just lost that round. So it is possible in this game to end up not acting in a round if you get dazed enough, if you keep getting initiative points taken away. Which, fair. but at least it's not immediate. It takes a while. That's more of an extreme situation. You're dazed. You might have other effects like taking somebody that far, and also you overextended. Like at that point, it starts making sense. Oh, I'd overextended. I was already in like initiative point debt at the beginning of this round, and then on top of that, I got dazed. And even then, there are mechanics, right? There is that. Let me move these out of the way before I close the page on them and ruin my book. There is that mechanic that we saw earlier about desperation, right? With the beginning of the round, the player finds himself with the fewest initiative points, and they also start the previous round with the previous initiative. Like if it keeps happening, you have a chance to spend strain to move forward. So worst case scenario, you will only ever lose one round by choice, without a choice. After that, you always have the choice to push yourself and come back, even if you're technically still like last in initiative. And like, in fact, if it even applies, even if you just last in initiative, not even if you're out of initiative, right? So while it is possible to still lose a round on this, it's less. It's a lot less, and the game gives you options to kind of break out of that and to keep acting, keep playing despite that. Again, overall, pretty well done. No major complaints there. But do keep in mind that, yes, it is possible. Bleeding. So bleeding now is the physical version of that. You take 5 or more physical damage in one attack, and then roll a luck check, and then 10, 15, and 20 damage, -1, -2, -3 on that check. Okay, so the results for bleeding at a 0 plus no effect on -1. Take 1 physical damage each round's end until stabilized by first aid. Severe bleeding, take 2 physical damage. Arterial bleeding, lose 3 physical. Oh, so basically it's just like a bleeding out. Like you've taken so much damage, you have open wounds, and you are bleeding out until you are stabilized by somebody with the first aid skill. Okay, makes sense. Nothing too crazy. Nothing too hard to keep track of there. Damage caused by bleeding ignores damage reduction on armor. Makes sense. If an entity is arterially bleeding and would be inflicted with arterial bleeding again, they immediately take 1d3 physical damage, which counts as having been caused by bleeding. When bleeding persists beyond combat, a round for purposes of bleeding costs about 10 seconds, and 1 first aid attempt may be made to assist you for each of these units of time. So, okay, cool. You're bleeding out. That's the base sort of like physical overload, like you got hit hard kind of effect. All right. Burning. So I wonder, again, it says like some things may apply burning, 5 or more, same mechanics of 10, 15, and 20, have penalties on your luck roll. And then at -1, you are burning. You take 1 physical damage immediately and 1d3 physical damage at each round's end. You lose acuity and force of will bonuses to initiative checks until extinguished by first aid, by direct or approved action, or by submerging yourself in water. So basically, you take damage and you are going to be worse at initiative because you're on fire. You're burning. Hey, welcome back, Ed Doyle. Welcome back. How was your lurk? How was your lurk? Let's see. At -2, severe burning. Take 2 physical damage immediately. 2d3 physical damage each round going forward. Lose those bonuses to your initiative checks. Until by first aid or by a director approved action, and so on. When you reach this level of burning, you must make a discipline, focus, or stability willpower check against difficulty value 4 or panic, unable to take any action other than immediate desperate attempts to extinguish yourself, costing 3 initiative points each, against a DV set by the director based on the available means of extinguishing the fire. Panic lasts until you are extinguished. It will now no longer starve. Good. I'm a big fan of people on my stream not starving. I myself ate a bit of cheese during the break. Thing you didn't know about me, but I did. Now you know that. Did I hear you right about extinguishing yourself only being a submerged in what? Well, it specifically says such as submerging yourself in water or any a director approved action. So basically, if it makes sense that this move would extinguish you, for example, submerging yourself in water, is the way it's worded actually in the game, which makes more sense. Because there may be other ways to put yourself off, maybe a fire extinguisher, just rolling on the floor if it's not too bad, etc. Although I guess severe burning at that point. And then immolation at -3, take 3 physical damage, 3 more damage at the end of each round. All the same stuff from before, but now it's a DV8 discipline or stability check to not panic. and everything else is pretty much the same. So basically, when you're burning at the first level, you take damage and you keep taking damage until you extinguish yourself. At levels 2 and 3, you take more damage, and with each additional level, even more damage. Also, all 3 of them, you lose all sorts of initiative bonuses because you're too busy being on fire. But then the top 2 levels, you have to make additional rolls against the difficulty value 4 or difficulty value 8, depending on the level, or just basically lose control, like panic. But what does panic? It means is unable to take any action other than immediate desperate attempts to extinguish yourself, costing 3 initiative points each. Okay, so interesting. So this one doesn't entirely take you out of combat. But especially at level 3, I mean, it's fire, right? It's terrifying. Immolation is a scary word for a reason, right? That's one of the most horrible ways to die, honestly. So I get that this is absolutely terrible. But from a game standpoint, right, from a game mechanic standpoint, that means that difficulty value is very hard. You're almost certainly going to go into panic. And that means from that point forward, it's not that you're out of combat yet. I mean, that's going to happen if you get taken out or die, like if you keep taking that much damage. But now it's about checking to see if you can extinguish, and that's all you can do. And each extinguish yourself attempt costs 3 initiative points. You're going to have less initiative that you normally have because you lost all these other bonuses. So, all right. How do I feel about this one? I don't hate it. I don't think I'm thrilled by it in the sense that from a removing agency from the player sort of point, like it's like, oh, all I can do is this, which is almost as bad as I can do nothing. But at the same time, given the situation, how else are you going to model something like this, right? There are sort of situations where like that's just kind of how it is. If you are immolated, if every part of you is on fire, unless you have some sort of supernatural thing, right, that is preventing you from feeling pain or whatever, or, eternal regeneration, I don't know. Yeah, it makes sense that you have a very difficult roll to make to not panic, and then if you panic, all you can do is try. You just panicked. You're trying to extinguish yourself, trying to get out of the situation. It makes sense. But also again, from a gameplay like situation, like it's kind of rough. But okay, so here's what I'm thinking, right? Because this is not that common, unless you as a GM are just like, "Hi, welcome to the fire adventure where everything is on fire all the time," right? Like not everything's gonna set you on fire, right? Getting set on fire is kind of extreme. The other stuff that I'm seeing is again more penalties rather than taking you out of a combat. So when it's more rare like this, I'm okay with it. And again, it's still like you're still doing something. And when it's not overused, right? When it's the occasional high stakes thing that happens, then that almost can circle back to being exciting. Because at that point, like when it gets to my turn again, the only thing I can do is try and spend 3 initiative points at a time. Who knows how many initiative points I actually have? Probably not a lot, so only 1 or 2 chances per round, right? That makes those particular rolls extra exciting, right? Extra valuable. You're going to try and find any way to increase your chances on those. The other players are going to like, how can I help? Et cetera, et cetera. You're looking for situations. Like, it does put a level of pressure on the player at that point. And at that point, when it's used like that, cool, right? When it's actually done in such a way that even though it does take a level of control from the player, but the player is still actively involved and invested in the results of that roll, which is a little bit like death saving rolls in D&D, which one of my house rules personally to kind of increase that feeling is to make the death saving rolls in secret. Basically the concept behind that is, and I'm just going to use d6s because it's what I have at hand right now instead of d20s. But let's say that a death saving roll to throw means, it's basically 1 to 3 is a success and 4 to 6. 1 to 3 is a failure, 4 to 6 a success on these ersatz death saving throws, and you have 3 of them. All right. So each round in a normal game, you see the results. So each round you would go like, oh, first round, oh no, I failed. Not great. If you fail second one, you're fucked. The second round goes like, oh, I failed. Actually, my character's dead. But let's say, I rolled successfully on the second one. It's like, oh, cool. Now we know, but we know what's happening. And the third one, and one way or another, it goes one way or another, whatever. But if you do them in secret, if you basically like at those points, I like to roll them myself rather than the player, and I will, for trust's sake, right? I will kind of put the roll up, show them rolling, and then just without looking, just cover it. And like I'll put like a little cup or something like this, like boop, and just cover it so it's not visible. And each round that happens and the player is not stabilized or protected, another dice secretly gets rolled, and you can't see the result up to that third round. At the third round, again, the third one is done and also rolled in secret. So again, you didn't see that one. And it's not until somebody gets to the person, right? It's not until somebody gets to the person and checks that the results are revealed. And when they get there, that's when they find out, like, oh, you're alive or dead. And I realize that I'm kind of contradicting myself, because at that point I am taking away from the player, but also this is how the game is designed, right? The game is designed that after a certain point, if you take damage, you're making these death saving rolls, and that's really all you can do unless somebody else is coming at you. In this case, by making it secret, either if you can get the player to make them secret by just rolling and covering without looking, or at least just making it such a way that the other players can see them. Almost more important than the player knowing is the other players not knowing. I think that's really the main thing for me with the death saving rolls and kind of keeping them secret, because it makes it puts a sense of pressure and a sense of like, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, onto the players in combat that is less there when you kind of have that out of game metagame kind of knowledge that, oh no, he succeeded in his death saving throws, or he's fine, I don't have to worry about it. It's like, no, I don't know, he might already be dead. Like we don't have time. Like we don't want to take the chance that he, like the quicker we get to them, the quicker we don't have to worry about whether he makes those death saving throws or not, right? It adds that level of it without significantly really changing the mechanic itself. But that's personal house rule for me. I don't know how I got into that topic from these mechanics that we've got here, but that's how I like to approach it there. Point is, I don't hate this. I think it makes sense logically for what would happen if you've been set on fire. There's some additional rules on that. A note on escalating status effects here on the other page says, when you fail a check against daze, bleeding, burning, or breakdown, we'll get to breakdown shortly, while already suffering from the same status effect, a failure on the check worsens the status effect by degrees of failure, steps of intensity. The worse you do on that roll, the worse the situation gets for you. For example, if you're suffering heavy bleeding and fail a further check against bleeding by 4, you immediately are arterially bleeding. No status effects can go above the 3rd level severity, but having the level increase in this manner would trigger extra damage from bleeding, as discussed above, yada, yada, yada. All right, so basically, shit can go bad for you, and then it can get worse. Understood, game. I got it. It's fine. That's life. Let's see. Breakdown. When you take 5 or more spiritual damage, yada, 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 we know the drill on how that works. What are the results if you fail your luck roll for a breakdown? Well, at a -1, minor breakdown, fight, flight, or freeze until end of this round. A severe breakdown of -2 is a break with reality until the end of next round. And a -3 result is a total breakdown, break with reality for the next 1d3 minutes. Okay, so this one, I'm seeing a lot of asterisks, a lot of examples, a lot of safety notes, because I feel like this is where the game is flirting with some sanity-style mechanics, and I think it knows it. Because there's a big asterisk here for fight, flight, or freeze, and break with reality. It says, In all instances of breakdown, the player and director should briefly discuss what manifestation of breakdown would be the most narratively interesting, while respecting the player's boundaries, re lines and veils. See safety tool selections. I assume everybody on stream knows what lines and veils are. If not, shout it out on chat. In combat, the director is encouraged to inflict breakdown in a way that allows the victim some level of further, though impaired, participation in the scene where narratively appropriate. I like that they make a point to say, like, hey, try not to exclude players when suffering from something, right? Try not to take away control from them. So some examples of breakdowns. When your character suffers a long-term condition from stress damage or breakdown due to a horror check, the exact effects are left to the director's discretion, but the type of breakdown chosen by the director should further the story and somehow reflect the circumstances that brought it about. See examples and variations below. So we've got panic, faint, delusion, and delusion. So panic, enter fight or flight mode for duration or until exhausted. Phobia, become irrationally terrified of the object of phobia. Terror, you're terrified of everyone and everything. Berserk, you attack everything in sight. Rage, you care only for destroying the object of your rage, rational or not. Faint, you can faint, go into catatonia, frozen in fear. Outbursts, echopraxia, echolalia. Delusion, your character believes, at least temporarily, something that is divorced from reality. Long-term breakdowns can take to obsession compulsion, obsessive attachment, or uncontrollable tics. Okay, so safety note. Naturally, there are hundreds of other ways a human mind under extreme stress can temporarily break with reality. Directors are encouraged to look into the various extreme reactions and emotional states on record in the mental health community, but please consider the following 2 caveats before including any specific breakdown descriptions in your game. 1. No depiction of breakdown or of madness born of exposure to the eldritch should be disrespectful or dehumanizing to the real human beings who suffer from mental or emotional trauma. Games are not for hurting people. Appreciate that. We'll discuss this further in a moment. Directors should make certain with players individually what types of breakdown effects, if any, would be personally traumatizing to the player rather than the character, and avoid them. Again, regardless of how bleak and horrific the game gets, its purpose is enjoyment, and traumatizing real human beings is not an acceptable use of this game. 100% agree. 100% agree with what they're saying here, but also it's a hard line to walk, this one, really. It is. Because it's like, this happens. People break down. People panic. People make weird choices or behave in weird ways when extremely stressed, frightened, scared, pushed, etc., etc. Like, right? Those are things that can happen. And encouraging people to kind of look into the ways that mental breaks happen in real life. Wow, that's... Yes, like, I'm not opposed to educating yourself, but I feel like just it's sort of like the equivalent of just saying, like, hey, don't be racist. Yes, 100%, don't fucking be racist. In fact, no, that's a bad example because it's not that hard to figure out how to not be racist, I think. A closer example still related to that topic might be more like something like microaggressions, where it's not an excuse, but it is a reason where some people might not realize. Dealing with anxiety or ADHD, yeah, right? Like there are real world aspects of stuff that are hard to present in a game without making caricatures of them. And that's the main thing, that if you're not familiar with them, it is hard to kind of present them in a game without making it a caricature. And in a way that might not end up inadvertently, I hope inadvertently, hurting someone at the table who maybe deals with similar issues in real life, right? And they do tell you, hey, talk to people, right? Safety checklist, etc., etc. But like, I can see that being the kind of thing where it's like, I didn't think I would have to point out that, inappropriate depictions of anxiety should not be depicted in the game, right? This is a careful line to walk. I appreciate that they are giving some level of guidance, some level of protection here, right? And again, I was very happy when I saw that they had these horror mechanics, but I didn't see sanity mechanics. This is sanity mechanics here, just barely, right? They're avoiding the term. They're avoiding sanity and insanity, which is good. They're calling it breakdowns, which makes sense. People can break down under extreme circumstances, but it is still oof. They're balancing on that line carefully. But also at the same time, this is a game where mental and spiritual damage and attacks are a real thing. You need to reflect that somehow within the game. So yeah, breakdowns. It's the best way to do a terrible thing. I think it's one of those if you must have it, and I guess that you must have it for a game in which horror and mental breakdowns, mental attacks, and dealing with eldritch things that can cause that sort of problem in characters is there. You can't entirely avoid that. And so without entirely avoiding it, I think this is one of the better ways to handle that. I'm not in love with the fact that breakdown is here, but I get it for the game. And I think, again, it does it the best way that it can, given how difficult a topic this can be. And at the end of the day, as always, boils down to talk to your players, right? Have an open conversation, and hopefully be the kind of person where if something does come up during game that wasn't discussed in session 0, that triggers just a red light, or, hey, I didn't know this was going to be a line for me, but yeah, please, can we not? Don't be a dick about it, right? Oh yeah, cool, no worries. No, understood. Again, we're here to play a game, not to hurt one another. So yeah, just take a step back, and change it. Don't be. It's what was it? Dealing with sanity against always. Yeah, it always is, right? So I think it's a little bit. Be careful, educate yourself. Try not to be insensitive. Be very, very careful about presenting mental health mechanics, mental health descriptions for things that you yourself are not familiar with, just talk it out at the table. Let's see here. Bathan says, you'd be surprised how many players I've run into where you whip out the Eldritch Horror Tentacle Monster completely doing things that would actually break a person. The player's just like, okay, I'm going to smash her face. Yeah, no, I get that. And that's the thing. If the game doesn't have an official insanity horror mechanic, then players are going to ignore it, right? Decades of D&D and video games and stuff has shown us that if you see a monster, you don't freeze in horror, you whip out your BFG 5000 and you start shooting, especially here in America, right? And, depending on the game, that may be the choice. That may be exactly what you want. So it's understandable why you're going to have mechanics that enforce no, this thing, it might not be breaking your mind as a player because you're just sitting around a table eating Doritos with your friends, which is not an eldritchly horrifying situation to be in. Your character is experiencing things that will break their mortal mind. Roll it, roll to see how they react. You don't get to go to ignore it. You as a player might think, oh, what I want to do is hit it in the face, but your character is going through it, right? And so that you do kind of need some level of mechanic to make it clear to the player, because otherwise, because we are, after all, playing a game. We are playing a game, and if you don't give me a penalty, as I said earlier in the stream, I know how to role play. Imagine the sneer, so add a little sneer to it, right? So it's like, oh yeah, like I'm the kind of player where, like, yeah, you present me with an eldritch horror and you describe it as mind bending and all this stuff, and I will, even if the game doesn't have a horror or sanity or reality break or whatever mechanic, my character will probably have some level of panic, unless like I'm playing like a technocracy game or something. It's like, oh no, my character has been in fact like trained to deal with that stuff, right? But like for a lot of players who are just mechanically playing a game, if the game doesn't mechanically put something in the way to go like, hey, your character is scared slash losing their mind slash unable to comprehend the horror, etc., etc. And here's what that means mechanically. They will, a lot of players will just go like, oh, well, the game doesn't say that I have to freak out, so why would I freak out? That would be less than ideal gameplay. I'm not going to willingly waste a round that I could spend smashing the Eldritch Horror's face in, unless the game makes me, right? Let's see, I tend to ask the question, how do you react to that, given the fact that if you were a normal person, you just have crapped yourself? Right. And like, you can prompt players for that. You can prompt them to go like, hey, like, keep this in mind, right? How would you react with that? But yeah, I understand how many players are like, if the game isn't telling me, if the game itself mechanically isn't telling me that, there's something I have to deal with in this situation, right? Then I'm not going to, because like, I am crunchy and taste good with ketchup, and I would like to avoid being eaten by the monster, so I'm going to smash it in the face. I get it, right? But also, yeah, like horror and sanity mechanics are always a fine line to walk. This one is walking that line, better than most. I'm gonna leave it at that. Better than most. Okay, so dealing with damage. Okay, so let's go back to next step, dealing with damage. Grit checks. If you're damaged, you may defensively spend 1 initiative point, taking a moment and pushing through the pain and trauma in order to function briefly at closer to full capacity. Grit checks may be mental, spiritual, or physical, representing or clearing your mind, catching your breath, and centering your emotions. Grit checks are rolled with the endurance skill, using focus for mental, vitality for physical, and willpower for spiritual, depending on the type of wound penalty the check is intended to mitigate. Okay, so I actually like that. If you got enough grit, right? If you've got the right resistance stats and you make a decent roll, it is possible to push through the wounds for a round, or multiple checks, I guess, based on these results. Okay. I like that. Again, options. Good. With the caveat, there's so much to keep track of, but I like it. Then first aid. You may administer first aid to yourself or others by spending 3 initiative points. Roll a first aid check with the appropriate attribute against the DV of 0. If you succeed, you may spend your degree of success for the following effects. A note of first aid. If you administer first aid to yourself, you suffer -3 situational penalties. The number of degrees of success lets you cancel different effects. So if you get 2 degrees of success, you can cancel bleeding or burning. Reduce by 1 the severity of severe bleeding or severe burning. 4 degrees of success, you can reduce an entity's physical wounds penalties, or cancel bleeding and fire things. So basically, the more you have, the more degrees of success you have in first aid, the more you can make up for the worst of the physical penalties and whatnot. Okay, good, solid. It is interesting, right? It is interesting because this is similar to the skills in that each level does more. Like, this seems to be a general philosophy, I guess, in the game design, where the increasing levels of success or increasing levels of capability in certain situations do more than just adding an extra, a 1 to a roll somewhere, right? It's more like they open up abilities. So even with like first aid at its most basic level, cancels bleeding or burning, or reduces severity. But then the more you get, the more you go, then like it allows you to do more stuff. It allows you to reduce additional wound penalties. It allows you to wake unconscious enemies and kind of get them back into combat. It reduces even more wound penalties. Like it does extra things. I like that this game makes a habit of that. I like that approach. So I like that approach. My only concern there is, again, that it's so much to keep track of, right? Like there are so many tables to consult. And some of this stuff, after a few rolls, you can kind of like get it, like, you start building, like, again, the system mastery, system knowledge. But still, there's a lot of tables to consult as well, because it's not just like a +1, right? It does complicate it. It's like, okay, wait, you have this many. Okay, let me check on the table what that means for this. So there's, again, unless you have, and I wondered, actually, wait, so in the back of the book, again, just taking a quick look in the back of the book. Oh, we got a whole bunch. Do they expect you? Why did they give you so many? Oh, wait. Are these? Huh. All right, so actually, okay, sorry, I got distracted. So we do have a sort of generic character sheet at the end, and I was like, oh, we've got multiple character sheets. Why do we have so many different, like, and it's like, oh, no, it's a separate character sheet because the back of it has their abilities. There's a separate character sheet for each archetype. Okay, cool, that's fun. But here we go. So this game does have a printable resources section, and I think that's very well done. And I'm skipping ahead because since I'm complaining about so many tables to check, I actually want to see, because this game, I think, understands that, which is more than I can say for other games that I've seen. This game understands that it is complicated and immediately goes like, yeah, here we go. Let's give you some character sheets. Let's give you some reference sheets, rather. So we do have, let's see, we got some NPCs pre-made. This is cool, whatever. We've got some bosses. Okay, that's just for an adventure. We've got a whole bunch of character sheets. Oh, these are pre-made characters, I guess, for that initial. Okay, so yeah, because there's not enough for all the archetypes. There's only like 4 of them. So I'm guessing they are probably for Communion and Glass pre-made character sheets. Okay, so these are, we've got an adventure that comes with the book, Communion and Glass. So those are the NPCs and character sheets. Cool. But let's keep going. Okay, here we go. So we do have a player reference sheet that explains what happens with the skill ranks, which is one of those that you would have to consult. And then common actions and costs. Great. So that's right there. Very useful for players. So you know how much guard costs and what it does. You know how much parry costs and what it does, etc., etc. Then we've got at least one page. Okay, so we've got one page as a universal reference, which has the bleeding, burning, daze, and breakdown statuses. And the tactics elements, which we haven't looked at yet, but it's there. Little check on this, getting status effects. And then finally, a director's reference that has a quick reference to the difficulty values and those for horror checks, for player cost horror checks, for how to adjudicate a clash, and for how to adjudicate various types of challenge actions for a director. Okay, so this is good. This is actually like, it's better than I thought, honestly. Again, given the fact that I do feel, it's got like a page too. Sorry, I hadn't even looked at some of the stuff in the back of the book here. An initiative tracker. Oh, okay. This is actually better than what I was doing with just points. But this is more like, okay, so I have initiative 4. I also have initiative 4. I have initiative 5. Okay, I spent 4 points. Okay, so I go 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm down at 1. I spent 2 points. 1, 2. Okay, who goes next? Oh, this go 1. And I'll go again. 1, 2. Okay, here we go. Oh, who goes? 1. Anybody who wasn't watching the stream just heard me quietly lose my mind. But yeah, okay, initiative tracker works pretty well for what it needs to do. It literally is just moving the figurines back and forth on a track. Okay, cool. Yeah, useful little piece of paper. But anyway, so these quick reference sheets, I think these do kind of cover pretty much anything you need. Like, it's going to cover like 90% of the stuff that you would go through the book searching for, I feel like. So well done, game. Well done. I'm going to give you a quick, like, Yeah, there we go. Good. Because there's a lot to keep track of, a lot of little details here. And this is good stuff to know. All right. I'm feeling better about that. I'm feeling better about the level of complexity. So let's kind of skip over this. We've got some additional stuff. Consequences of extreme damage, so more stuff. Permanent injuries. We do have a sort of a death check mechanic as well. First aid and death checks, instant death, borrowed time. Optional rule, blaze of glory, go out. But the way I'm going to do it is I'm just going to read, because I do want to kind of move forward. We're like 20 minutes away from the next ad break, and I still haven't even gotten to tactics, much less the man. I don't think we're going to get to archetypes this stream. I'm just realizing now we're in the third hour. After the next break, it'll be the last hour, and I have a feeling that we're going to spend that last hour entirely on tactics. That's all right. That means that tomorrow's stream, then we can really kind of dive into the archetypes, which I think are where the really wild stuff in this game. I was really hoping to get to them today, but that's fine. That means that tomorrow is going to be all killer, no filler. Also, I blame chat. Y'all kept distracting me, in the best ways. I blame chat. I love chat. Chat, thank you so much. So let's read this little example of play to just kind of get a feel for how death and dying apparently works in this game. We join our game group after a disastrous combat scene involving only Ocean. Kate. Blake, over the wire, you hear Delgado invite Ocean in for coffee. You hear the door shut behind them, but then you hear a sudden struggle and Ocean screaming. Sanjay. Shit! I jump out the van and bust the door down. Kate. It's not especially well secured, so you kick it in with no trouble. Inside is a bloody mess. Impossible to tell how much is Ocean's and how much is Delgado's, but Ocean seems to still be faintly breathing despite her cluster of bleeding chest wounds, which makes her the victor. Ocean's knife is buried in Delgado's neck. Sanjay. Blake pulls out all the stops and apply first aid. Rolls dice. Flat on the dice. I'll spend 3 physical strain. With my dexterity, that's a 6, but I'll invoke my bond to Ocean for another D3. Rolls die. For +2, that's an 8. Ocean, you're 13 past your track, but the death check DV is reduced by 8 thanks to Blake. You need a 5 to live. Roll endurance with vitality. Continued on page 84. So if we get to page 84, we'll read the rest. But okay, we got the idea from this sample. And it's like Phoenix, I accept, and shift skill to Leaky and Doyle. Look, chat. Don't take this as me nagging you on the gut. Please distract me. That's what we're here for. I'm doing this for you. I'm here for chat. All right. I belong to the streets. I belong to chat. So the way we get it is basically you, the player who is dying, has to make your death check, but characters can, with first aid, come in and lower your difficulty of your death check, your death saving throw, basically. Sorry, give me a second. I just literally pulled a tiny bit of flash of pewter, whatever this is. It's probably lead. I should probably not be handling this with bare hands. It's probably lead. I pulled a little bit of lead from my Pikathulu, and I'm going to put this in a trash can right away rather than kind of put it here and then let it fall on the floor or let my cat accidentally eat it. Bear with me. Just gonna go over here, roll out. Autobots roll out. There we go. We put it in a trash can. Folks, handling your minis responsibly is, it's only you can prevent your cat from swallowing a bit of a mini. Did I? Oh no, that was the trash can. The trash can does a little snap at the end. Okay, where were we? Right. So, okay, cool. I get that. And the more damage you take, the harder your difficulty value for your death check. Easy enough. Understood. Let's keep going. Finally get into tactics in the next 10 minutes.
So let's see. Tactics cover many things. A situational combat advantage based on flanking, feinting, intimidation, etc. might be modeled as a penalty to the defender or a bonus to the attacker, depending on what makes the most narrative sense. Just as easily, a distracting bit of footwork, a trick of body language to disarm your conversational opponent, or a careful observation of a guard's patrol path could be modeled through tactics, along with a panoply of negative conditions imposed on enemies through opposed checks. This system covers a wide range of situations and tends to make conflicts, both physical and otherwise, more cinematic and varied. You can use a tactics maneuver in or out of combat. A tactics maneuver is rolled as a check with the appropriate attribute, see page 76, and a skill if relevant. The player determines what effect they wish to achieve, rolls their check, and spends their successes on the table in the following page. Interesting. Following page. The following page is the table on the same page. By the way, wait, let me see. Have I passed any errata yet? Oh, yeah. So, page 62, which we passed a while ago, over here. Where? Wait, no, page. Wound penalty check. Place in the empty space in the bottom of... Oh, so this sticker is supposed to go here. So, in the page where we were learning about bleeding... Yeah, in page 62. We were learning about bleeding. There is also just a wound. Okay, so the actual... Oh, yeah, because we didn't see that. We didn't actually see what the actual penalties are when you fill a wound track. So the actual penalty is that when all your wounded... So there are three. There's wounded, seriously wounded, and critically wounded. So when all your wounded boxes are filled, then you suffer a -1 penalty. When all seriously wounded falls, a -2, and all critically wounded. Okay, so that's pretty obvious, pretty straightforward, but yeah, that table was missing, so we found that. The next one is on page 166, so it'll be a while before we get to the next errata. All right, so it looks like make an appropriate skill attribute check if an opposed with DV of 0, unless there are effects in your list with the opposed keyword, in which case it is an opposed check against the skill check or passive attribute value made by the target as deemed appropriate by the director. If you succeed, you may spend your degrees of success to purchase effects from the list of elements that you chose and received approval for when you declared the attempt. If you did not succeed by enough to purchase all the effects you had attempted, you gain as many effects as you can afford with your degrees of success, choosing the order in which you purchase them. Wait, I don't know. In combat, the tactics action costs 2 initiative points unless the initiative point cost is reduced by the rank B skill feature for the appropriate skill or through the use of the abilities. Many tactics elements can be bought multiple times in a single tactics action. Each tactics element is listed with the maximum number of times it can be stacked. Okay. So wait. It's an opposed check. In which case, an opposed check is a skill check or passive value made by the target is deemed appropriate if you succeed. Oh, okay. So let's look at this table before we dive any deeper, right? And let's again work with a base tactics skill or the whatever attribute we're going to be using a 4. So I do a tactic, which we'll see. And if I want to do a +1 to a small set of actions, that's going to cost me 2 out of... So basically, let's make a roll. So I'm going to do a tactic, my skill for whatever this is for, and I roll, and I got a -1. So I have 3 total tactics that I can spend right now. Just based on that. But then that would just give me... I could spend 2 of them for a set of small actions, spend 3 of them, all 3, to add an extra target, or another 2 to add duration, sounds like. But then the opposed ones... So basically, if I want to disarm somebody, it's +2 opposed. So since this is opposed, I would roll my 4... plus, okay, that's a good roll, actually. So +2. So I rolled a 6. Let's say my opponent also has a 4. They roll. And they rolled 5. So 6 minus 5 is 1. With only a tactics 1, with only 1, the only thing I can choose from this table is a +1 opposed. Because that's the difference value. Okay. Interesting. All right, let's actually look at some of these tactics, but this seems to be the core. You roll, depending on your tactic, you roll that tactic maneuver, which is going to be probably your attribute, plus potentially the effects from an associated skill, and then your usual 3 dice. In this case, it was a +2. And then based on how many degrees of success you have, you get to effectively buy effects from this table here. Stagger, disarm, knockdown, etc., etc. All right. Oh, we've got an example right away. Okay, that's good. That's good. Let's see up here what it reads. If a player wishes to get into cover in a gunfight, they roll a tactics check, likely with perception, a firearms, or stealth skill, getting 5 successes. They could give themselves 2 stacks of the +1 modifier to a small set of actions functionality, a +2 bonus to evade checks to avoid incoming fire. The 1 remaining degree of success doesn't buy anything off the chart, however, so they might instead choose to spend 2 successes to give only 1 stack of the +1 modifier and 3 successes to have an additional target, in effect dragging an ally at hand into cover with them and extending the same bonus to them. Interesting. Aiming and tactics, you may not add a tactics bonus to the accuracy of your attacks through a tactics maneuver. A tactics bonus to hit with attacks is instead gained through taking the aim action. Okay, so there's a specific aim action separate from tactics. Then what staggering, disarm, knock down, and subdued and neutralized mean. Okay, I'm going to kind of skip over these a little bit because I do want to, you know what, I'm actually going to try and skip and skip over a little bit of tactics because it really is crunchy enough that I if we were going to play the game, I would stick around with these. We're not, so I'm just going via vibes because I really do kind of want to spend that last hour looking at archetypes. Now that I think about it, I'm not going to spend an hour looking at tactics. All right, we're going to skip a little. I've made an executive decision. All right, so cool. We've got descriptions of what these effects are and how can you apply them. Cool, we kind of know that. Succeed in a tactics check, you get additional degree of successes equal to your tactical acumen. However, your tactical acumen never increases your overall result. For example, you have a tactical acumen of 2 and use an opposed tactics, gaining 1 degree of success on the roll. Your effective degree of success is 3. However, if you have a tactical acumen of 2 and you fail by 1 on your opposed tactics check, you still fail rather than adding the bonus and having 1 degree. Okay, that's cool. So there is a skill. There's a specific skill, and I think I saw it back here. Where are they? Where are they? Where'd my skills go? Here we go. Or not. Wait, I thought I saw it. Am I missing this? Tactical acumen. Or is this missing? Wait. Is this? Did I run into a bug in the game? Let me look at a character sheet real quick. Is there a specific stat for tactical acumen? Okay, there's a military tactics skill, which is a knowledge. Military tactics. Tactical acumen here. No tactical acumen here. Humanity. Interesting. So I have unless it's a soldier thing. There's one of the archetypes is a soldier. Let me double check. Make sure that soldiers don't have some specific. See, they have a training discipline, combat training, combat tactician, firearms training, intelligence training. So that's, I think we ran into a bit of a bug here. If you succeed on a tactics check, you gain an additional degree of success equal to your tactical acumen. There is no tactical acumen stat or skill that I can find. Some index, TTTTT, tactics. No, there's no specific tactical acumen. And again, I don't see it on the character sheets. No. Oh, no, there it is. There it is. Derived attributes. Tactical. Oh, so it said the derived attribute. Wait. So we did kind of, okay, let's go back. Let's go back. This is what we do this. To learn. So let's look at our derived character creation. So Derived stats. Tactical acumen. Okay, so you have +1 for each point of acuity. How do you get acuity? Acuity you get, so it's like double derived. You get 1 point of acuity at 3 focus and 2 at 5 focus. So the only way you get some tactical acumen is by getting acuity. The only way you get acuity is by raising your focus. Focus being one of your stats. All right, cool. All right, that makes sense. I mean, that makes sense. Now that I know where it is. Okay, so we didn't find a bug. I just had forgotten that tactical acumen is one of your derived stats. But okay, that makes sense. So that's basically a little extra bonus, and it basically just means if you succeed better, but it doesn't help you succeed in the first place, is basically how tactical acumen works. Interesting enough, I'll take it. Adding tactics to attacks, tactics attributes, situational modifiers. Like, this is interesting, but it is like, it's a way of abstracting away, not abstracting, but like making a more complicated. I see what they're doing here. Right? Because they say at the beginning of this chapter that's like, hey, a lot of things that a player might do are just give myself a bonus. Fate says that. Everything is like either some version of like give myself a bonus or give the enemy a disadvantage of some sort, right? So this goes like, it's basically that, but more. Depending on the tactic type and depending on how it goes, then you're going to get a certain number of successes based on your roll, and then you can spend those successes to apply specific conditions and effects onto the target of your tactic. Is kind of what they're going for here, which is all right, cool. And there's some examples given here: special combat conditions, moving target, opportunity, disadvantage, wrong place, wrong time, etc., etc. Then we get into equipment. So you got weapons. We do have some encumbrance that you have to keep track of. All right, I get it. We got description, a very short like description of weapons and damage bonuses for each. Cool. What are these? Encumbrance. Okay, and then depending on how much damage they do, they probably have more encumbrance. Light weapons have no encumbrance. Unarmed attacks, skilled unarmed attacks of martial arts. Interesting. So it's basically, rather than damage bonuses, it gives you more tactical acumen for applicable attacks and maneuvers. So when you're doing skilled unarmed attacks, basically martial arts, you're doing like martial arts tactics. Rather than doing lots of damage, you are applying certain multiple effects. Interesting. I like that approach to unarmed attacks. You got it going. Okay, no worries, Bathan. Thanks so much for hanging out. Take care. Hope to see you again in another stream. And thanks once again for the subscription. Very much appreciated. Take care. All right. So, yeah, then we got spread fire, dual wielding. We got explosives. We got armor. You know what? We do have to go to ads. So here's what we're going to do. Here we go. It says I have to go to ads. When we come back, we'll just take a look at this last few bit. I want to see what armor does, and I want to see what memento moris are, just because I like the term. And then when we get back, once we're done that, then we'll actually finally spend the last hour looking at some archetypes. So excited for that. But in the meantime, as always, bear with me. We will, of course, be right back after these ads.
Okay, we're back, but before we actually continue, I made a promise earlier in the stream, and I really should make good on that promise. So bear with me. Okay. You're probably getting There we go. You were probably getting double audio for a moment there. Apologies. Let me just double check. Do I have any level of filtering on this? I believe. There we go. That should do it. Okay, I'm going to swap out mics. Bear with me. Okay, so you should hopefully be hearing me from this mic now. Chat, please do confirm. And then the other thing we're gonna do is let me add this to the other scene. Okay, cool. So you can't hear me. Bear with me. Switching over. Switch. Okay, and now you can hear me here. Okay, now with that in mind, now comes the experiment. Now I stand up, and you see this. You see what's happening here. And I'm going to try and disconnect this camera, which was charging a second ago. And I'm going to remove you from here. Oh, no, okay, wait. We're not done yet. There we go. Okay, and then there we go. Okay, haha, we've done it. Okay, you're getting a behind the scenes look at my setup, my recording studio, if you will. It's a fucking mess, but you also get a little tour of my home. Hopefully this Wi-Fi connection remains stable enough. That's my living room. Enjoy that. You're all getting a quick peek here. And now, okay, so this, oh my God, it's so dark. It's so dark, you can barely see it. Do I need to turn on a light in here? I am going to have to turn on a light. I hate that. All right, let's turn on a light. There we go. That, ladies and gentlemen, is, this part here is not. Pretty much everything else there on that shelf, that is the Invisible Sun shelf. The only reason that the black box itself is not on the shelf is because it doesn't fit. The black box is ginormous. But look, we've got all the supplements. We've got so many. It's dusty. Oh my God, I need to clean that out. We've got extra bags. We got all the books. We got the book M, the dark books that are in there. You can barely see those. Never mind. But yeah, there we go. That and all the decks of cards and spells. Extra special dice, which are also dusty. I need to clean this stuff. So many books, each one critical. Sealed envelopes. Wait, sealed envelopes? Oh my God, too many. Not enough hands. Bear with me. There we go. Sealed envelopes of players' envelopes and this handouts of all kinds. Props on special props that you can hand out during it. It really wants you. I don't know if I was showing those props on. There we go. I was looking at the other games up there. So many things. That is so if you can get, of course, the hand itself. Oh, there we go. Great audio. I'm sure you're getting this thing. I'm yelling that thing. That's my mic also, which holds the Sooth deck, which are its own set of round fortune-telling cards, each one of which has a different meaning and effect in the game, and you put them up there, and that goes on that. Look, folks, there we go. Okay, let me turn off the lights in here. There we go. Let's go back. All right, that's my, by the way, here we go. Small. Well, that is my selection of 3D printed figurines, the little army of just monsters and little dudes in there. I spent so much time making those last week. Anyway, there we go. You have gotten a tour. You can hear, you can see. Let me put that's a screen that I'm seeing. That's the book. This is my point of view here. This is my point of view when I'm doing the readings, right? That's what you all see. Well, that's what I see. So that's you folks there, and there's a little camera. Oh yeah, there we go. You can see me in the top corner there. Anyway, let's put this back where it belongs. Let's put this back where it belongs in this little holder up here. There we go. There we go. And yeah, and then kind of just adjust that. There we go. And we're back. We're back. All right, let's switch over to all the other stuff. There we go. Movie movie magic hiding the clutter. For real. For real. Like, it's a mess in here. You put this to charge again so it can last the rest of the stream. And let's go ahead and switch mics back to the other one. So let me... There we go. So now you should be there. I'm going to put the little wireless mic away. You know, it's wild that I have so much tech for recording and video. So much. Like, when I call this a little studio, yeah, sure, it's messy as fuck, as y'all just saw. But it is like a studio. Anyway, welcome back. Welcome back. There we go. I made good on my promise, Ken Doyle. I made good on my promise. That, you know, the physical, like, I have the shelf, the invisible shelf, the invisible sun shelf. Good times. And there you go. You're all welcome for that little tour of my little hobbit hole here. And that's it. That was basically it. The only thing you didn't see in that tour was the kitchen and the bedroom, and I guess the bath. Okay, you didn't see like half the apartment, but there's not that much more to it. There's just a kitchen and the bedroom and the bathroom. That's it. It's New York City. It's a tiny apartment. It's a miracle that I've got like a whole ass extra room in which I can have this studio and have that, then a whole 3D printing station over there and all that stuff. Like, this apartment is incredibly spacious for New York City, under New York City standards. Man, I hope I can stay here. Because it's going to be rough. It's going to be rough. Places, it's affordable, but not cheap. No place is cheap in New York City. And if it is cheap, it's because you're sharing it with the roaches and rats, or have like 6 housemates. And I can't. I'm too old to have housemates. Also, I need this space. I want this space. Anyway, let's get back to it, shall we? Armor. So I want to see how armor works in this game before we dive back into the rest. So armor functions as a straight damage reduction. Okay, so good. You made it simple. Straight damage reduction on all physical damage you take. Hey, kitty. Bye, kitty. Hey. Come here. Hey. Sorry, I just want to... She was nearby, and she was, like, dejected. Okay, there we go. There we go. You get some pettings. I think she was confused. She's like, Dad, what are you doing? What are you doing? Why are we walking around? Why are the lights on? Why are you yelling? I don't know, sweetheart. It's because I have issues. That's why I yell. All right. So straight up damage reduction. Easy, simple. Okay, nothing too crazy. And then the heavier armor, the more it gives you encumbrance. Makes it hard to get concealed, but does give you more toughness, reduces damage. Cool. Oh, and then the higher vitality, the more you can ignore some of the penalty, because you can handle the heavier weapon. You have the strength for it. Okay, nothing too crazy there. Cool. I just wanted to see how it works, because I'm always curious about armor mechanics in games. Okay, and then Memento Mori. Let's see what the heck this is. It is written that, in ancient times, conquering generals, when entering a city they'd won, would have a lowly commoner follow close behind them, whispering to them, "Remember, thou art mortal." This practice of paying due deference to the inevitable... Oh my God, I knew I was going to have trouble with the word going into it, and I don't normally, but I could see it. It was, in fact, inevitable that I would have this problem with the word inevitability. There we go. You kind of have to rub up to it. That's a kind of word that you can't just throw an inevitability out at somebody just like in the middle of a paragraph, like nobody's expecting. You have to go like, hey, heads up, like a little warning sign when you're driving. It's like, hey, inevitability coming in 5 words. Like 5 kilometers, 5 words away, inevitability. And then you go like, oh, cool. Let me prepare for that. Breathe in, breathe out, prepare, and then go inevitability. But you can't just throw it at me like that. I saw it 2 words away and was like, fuck, I'm going to miss that exit. That's basically what happened here. The driving theory of narrating, really. All right. The inevitability of death led to the collection of memento mori, or tokens of death, to aid in the stoic contemplation of life's essential transience.
Orpheus is meant to convey an atmosphere of dread and terror. To help this along, the director has access to Memento Mori, MM. The number of MM the director has in reserve is equal to the number of players times 2. A player may not hold more than 2 Memento Mori at one time. If a player would gain a third Memento Mori, they gain it immediately upon spending a Memento Mori, thus keeping the total at 2 or below at all times. At any time, the director may give a player a Memento Mori to inflict any of the following effects. 1. The player gets a -1 instead of a 3d6 roll for this check, or suffers a -1 situational penalty to their defense, vigilance, or wariness. They may still use skill features to improve their result. 2. The player cannot use strain for this check, or use strain to reduce damage from this attack. If the second option is used, consequent damage to the player character cannot cost more than 5 wounds past the relevant track. And then 3... Oh, there's 3 and 4 and 5. Okay. 3. When a luck check is called for, treated as a -2 result in lieu of a roll. Number 4, a player character is harmlessly removed from the scene, i.e. kidnapping, knocked unconscious, etc. This option should be used only in service of the narrative. Thank you very much. Or 5, a stupendously unlucky event such as a gun jam, hidden pit trap, or any other such misfortune the director sees fit to use to advance their story. A note on Memento Mori. The player may use skill features after Memento Mori are given, but cannot use strain if Memento Mori are given using method 2 above. If Memento Mori are given using a method that affects a check or value, players may not use the Memento Mori just gained to affect that check or value. Okay, so Memento Mori seems to be, by default, just a fuck you from the GM. You can go like, hey, have one of these, and also fuck you in particular, take a -1 penalty or but whatever, one of these effects, because fuck you. But now you get to keep that, and then you can do it again, and that's it. You can't give them a third one until they've used the other ones. So cool. Always a fan of telling the players to go fuck themselves, I guess. But I'm assuming there's a benefit to the player. Let's find out. Once a Memento Mori has been given to a player, they hold onto it until they decide to use it. They may spend a Memento Mori, putting it back into the director's reserve for one of the following effects. 1. Take a +3. Take a +3 in lieu of rolling 3 dice on any one attribute or skill check. Effect may be used, okay. Gain a +3 situational bonus to evade or parry for 1 defense, or a +3 situational bonus to vigilance or awareness for 1 scene. Okay. Gain +3 effective tactical acumen for 1 tactics check. Gain 3 initiative points. Replace the result of a luck check you make with a +2. Ignore all wound and non-debilitating injury penalties for the remainder of the scene, or reduce total damage of an attack or horror check by half. Can be used twice if player holds 2 Memento Mori for 0 damage. The damage is adjusted before determining the roll for days, bleeding, invention, blah, 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 blah. Okay. All right. So they're basically like similar to XP from Numenera, in that like the GM will go, hey, except here it doesn't look like there's a way for a player to refuse it. A player just like, hey, the GM can go like, hey, fuck you in particular, but now you have one of these. In Numenera, the GM can go like, hey, I'm going to do a GM intrusion. Would you like an XP? Basically, you can ask for like, would you like an XP? And the player can go like, oh yeah, or go like, no. But then you do have to pay. Like, I think if I'm not mistaken, the mechanic is that then you have to pay an XP instead of gaining an XP if you refuse it. But if you accept the XP, then the GM does something bad to you, but then you have an XP that you can spend for a reroll or stuff like that. So there's a more flexible way of that. Like, there's a way for me to give you an MM, a Memento Mori, and it's flexible on the GM side because it gives me several options with which to screw you over. But also, you know, there's a reason now. First of all, there's 2 things. One, a player can't have more than 2. So as the GM, I can't just keep abusing you, right? I can only do it twice before, like, you kind of have to, stop until they start spending some. But also, I'm giving you a substantial bonus later. Like, the options for Memento Mori for players, I think, feel like they more than make up for the initiative. I mean, I guess, depending on which role you guys got fucked in, right? Maybe yes, maybe not. But as shown, like, I think they more than make up for the penalty of receiving a Memento Mori. So, okay, cool. Dig it. Let's see. Courting death. At any time, once per scene, a player may declare that they are courting death. This obligates the director to give them memento mori immediately, but the penalty can be chosen and applied at any time during the scene or on the next scene with lethal danger by director discretion. At any opportunity the director chooses, memento mori gained through courting death must be spent during the scene in which they are gained or be lost. Interesting. So it's basically a way for the player to willingly go, hey, fuck me up, bruh. Interesting. Though you may court death at any time, provided you have not yet done so this scene, you may not court death after determining that you are hit by an attack or other source of damage, and immediately use that memento mori to reduce the damage in half. Once the damage is dealt, all restrictions on how you spend the memento mori are lifted. A player whose character is unconscious as a result of a failed upcheck may not court death until their character is again conscious. Players may only court death in combat or in non-combat scenes that could become deadly at any moment, provided the director rules the player could reasonably assume this danger to exist. All right. So basically, yeah, you can take extra risks, get a reward immediately, but know that like at some point in the scene, the director is going to make it hurt. I like that. I like that approach. Okay, cool. Let's keep going. So action reports and downtime. Wait, this is oh fuck. Are we gonna have to? There's so much here. Advancement rules, and this matters. Oh my god, there's so much going on here. But we're so close to Archetypes, so we only have 40 minutes of stream left. I thought I had less. I thought I forgot about action reports and downtime. Thanks so much. Okay, anyway, let's see. It's a mechanic. It's important. All right, you know what? No, yes, it is important, and I want to see this stuff, and I want to... Okay, so there's a challenge. So what is a challenge? Challenges are... that you can choose to run some scenes as challenges. Challenges come many things, from chases. All right, so it's basically the kind of thing that you would use like a clock for in some games. Hindering actions, banked actions, a whole system for challenges. Okay, I'm going to kind of skip this for now. I'm gonna barely touch on character progression because character progression is super complex in this one. Well, at least it feels that way, and I don't think it actually is, but it feels that way because this is how you gain XP. So every 5 XP you gain a level. You can go up to level 20. You get 1 XP just for being a session, plus 2 XP if you hit a narrative turning point, and 3 XP if your adventure ends. So on average, every 2-3 sessions, you're going to gain a level based on that. And then instead, you don't spend the XP on stuff directly. The XP gives you the level, and then the level gives you a whole variety of rewards. So you can get combat skill points, you can get non-combat skill points, you can get attribute points, you can get ability ranks, you get ability mastery, which is improved ability you have against one of its two listed masteries, ability overload, ability synthesis, which lets you gain the second mastery of an ability that you've already mastered, ability apotheosis, choose an ability you have from a non-primary archetype. This ability and only this ability benefits from your secondary archetypes unique. So you can have multiple archetypes. In fact, at some point you'd have to have multiple archetypes, it sounds like. Horror acclamation, you become hardened to psychological effects of certain type of horror. And motivation limit, the maximum number of motivations your character may have increases by 1. All motivations may be deemed narrative appropriate. So lots of different things that can happen at every level up. But those things are, which is why I say it seems complicated, and it is complicated, but at the same time not so much, because it's not like you have to figure it out each time. You've got 2 progression charts. You've got default character progression chart and bleak character progression chart, which seems to be like hard mode for people who hate themselves. Sure, fine. But point is, like, every level that you go up, you gain a specific set of things. So at level 1, you gain 1 combat skill point, 2 non-combat skill points, and 1 ability rank. At level 2, you gain another combat skill point, another 2 non-combat skill points, another ability rank, and plus 2 maximum strain of 2 types. Then level 3, combat point, non-combat ability ranks, and another ability master. So like every level gives you a selection of these
multiple things that we see here with advancements. So it's fine because, to me anyway, it's fine because it's well defined. How can I put that better? I think that's the best way I can put that. In fact, the music decided to clap at me. I don't know if you can hear that. But because if I had to like go like, okay, well, I have 5 XP to spend, and then 1 XP converts to 2 combat skill points, but converts to 4 non-combat skill. Like it's so too much to keep track of, and that was like my first like, holy shit. Wait a minute, instead of just gaining XP, I'm gaining different kinds of skill points and separately different kind of attribute points, and everything levels separately and differently, and abilities rank up differently. Like I was like really confused at first chance when I saw this. And then like I saw this table, like, okay. I mean, it's still a lot, right? Look at this table. There's still lots of little details, but it's like, no, when you reach level 6, this happens, this ability synthesis happens, etc., etc. And the rest is just like combat skill points that you add to your skills, and they explain very simply how what buying skills costs early on. So it's not too crazy. It's not too crazy actually. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Like I said, I'm not too. I don't have super amounts to say about this other than, I guess it's well done that they were able to take an advancement system that keeps track not just of separate combat skill points and non-combat skill points, but also separate your attributes, separate your ability ranks, separate whether you've mastered an ability, separate whether you have on top of that overloaded, synthesized, or apotheosized that ability. On top of that, horror reclamation, motivation, like there's all sorts of stuff that it gives you, but it is stable in how it gives them to you. So cool. It's like like it does feel like every level you're gonna get a little package of things. This feels also a little D&D-ish, except it's, you know, in D&D, different levels for different classes give you different things. In this one, no matter what your level, like, just gives you the same set of things, no matter what your archetypes and everything is. I wonder if any of the archetypes will give us specific extra things. We'll find out. But yeah, I don't hate this advancement system. It's a little bit more complicated than I think it needs to be. Or maybe not. Maybe it's as complicated as it needs to be for this particular game, given what we have on it. Now, finally, we get to the archetypes, and this is where shit really starts getting wild with some of the options that we've seen here. So let's read a little, because it's got 17 character archetypes, which is cool. I like lots of options. And some of these options are very wild, but also each option is its own set. Like, they're pretty distinct. You'll see soon enough. So the Orpheus Protocol makes use of a robust and flexible system of character customization, focused around 17 character archetypes. Here's a basic overview of the archetypes, their particular strengths and features, and their likely fit into the mechanical framework of a party of tabletop RPG player characters. All characters begin with 3 ability ranks at character creation. Ability ranks must be bought sequentially. For example, a starting character may have rank 3 in an ability only if they also have purchased rank 1 or rank 2 of that ability, exhausting the 3 starting ranks. Conversely, they could take rank 1 in 3 different abilities, or ranks 1 and 2 in one ability, and rank in 1 second ability. We'll see what that means shortly once we get into the archetypes themselves. In Bleak progression, characters begin with 1 ability rank at their creation, because you hate yourself if you're playing Bleak. Anyway, so we started off at first, when I first started looking at this round, I was like, okay, first one is Soldier. Mundane archetype, no humanity loss for ability use, a very resource-efficient damage dealer at range or in melee, with some powerful tactics and leadership-based abilities that benefit allies. Cool. Then we got Cyborg. Ooh, that's a bit of a jump from just Soldier Dude to Cyborg. But it's still a mundane archetype, no humanity loss for ability use, similar combat potential to a soldier, but greater defensive potential at the cost of less group utility. But then we go into Draugr. And, like, wait a minute, what? The dwarves? The, like, underground, like, dark dwarves? Are they a thing? No. They're not. You'll see what a Draugr is soon enough when we get to it, but melee damage dealer with great support for stealth and surprise attacks, gains offensive potential over time as enemies bleed. Again, the description of the archetypes is so very focused on combat and combat tactics more than anything else, which is part of why I go like, oh, this game really wants to be a fighty game. Then we got Eminent. Don't know what that is, but apparently they summon multiple pets with different specializations. A pet class. I love me a pet class. You know I love me a pet class. Takes time to ramp up in combat, but builds to incredible action efficiency and mechanical versatility if not disrupted. Hermeticist, quintessential support and utility archetype, a jack of all trades type with access to healing, debuffs, and a highly versatile pet. Hero, a survivability powerhouse with access to answers for attacks, status effects, horror checks, and even bad luck. Excels in melee maneuvers and tactics attacks. The medium, utility offensive caster hybrid. Great support for information gathering and investigation, along with pet summoning and powerful damaging and debilitating magic. The Nephilim, an archetype with bodily transformations that grant extreme tanking support with potential to trade survivability for more melee damage, strong magic damage, and debuff power at range. Nephilim, once you get to that one, I love what they did with it. They're creepy as fuck. Occultists, and also, by the way, notice that from each page to each page, there's a chunk, like 103, 111, 119, 127, 141. So there's like chunks, sometimes like 10 or more pages in between each archetype. Like each one of these is a chunk of abilities, and I fear that we won't be able to, and I know because it's mostly it's most of the rest of the book. It's all of this is archetypes, and then we get to like the GM section, which is and like the appendices and whatnot, and the built-in adventure and all that stuff. There's like everything else. So like this is the biggest part of the book because this is where all your powers and weird shit lies. So we're gonna start in on this, but it's definitely gonna be one more day with this. We're not gonna get, this might be at least one more day. I think this is gonna be a situation kind of like Penumbra City, where going through each one of those things took a while, right? I think that's what we're gonna be, because otherwise I'm gonna have to skip so much. Anyway, let's see. So Occultist, offensive caster, stealth infiltration hybrid with surprising survivability at the cost of self-inflicted stress damage. Pathokinetic, peerless utility and power over social influence with versatile debuffs and some party support. Psychic, powerful information gathering potential along with debuffs and psionic attacks at range. Telekinetics, powerful range damage dealer with strong physical defense. True Faith, a tank support hybrid with excellent healing and survivability. Vampire Thrall, a versatile archetype with support for melee damage, mobility, and debuffs at range, can build for almost anything aside from utility and party support. Weapon Bearer, melee or range damage dealer that specializes in consistent attacks, mitigating enemy defenses and high defense values rather than damage absorption. Werewolf, transformation-based melee bruiser archetype with good damage, defense, and mobility, can take time to ramp up but provides powerful self-sufficiency in combat. And finally, the Witch! A buff-debuff focused archetype that lacks direct offensive or defensive potential but provides fearless disruption to enemies and strong self or party buffs. So, in terms of that sort of holy DPS tank healer trinity, right, we've got all the variations here. We've got damage dealers up front, range damage dealers, we got information people, we got social, we got at least one social with the pathokinetic. So we've got a pretty nice range of character archetypes here. So let's see. Let's kind of dive into them. The first one, the simplest one, is the soldier. We're not going too weird at first. It's just a person with military training, right? So, as intimidating and impressive as the supernaturally or high technology powered Orpheus operatives can be, the vast majority of the real work gets done by professional soldiers trained in combat, espionage, logistics, and every nuance of the modern secret war perpetually fought in the shadowed spaces of the world. Unique mechanic, training discipline. A soldier starts each adventure with a pool of 10 training points, which can be used in place of strain during combat. This includes the cost of using soldier abilities. If you spend the downtime on balance training, self-care, gain an additional 5 training points for the next adventure. If you spend the downtime on intensive training, gain an additional 10 training points for the next adventure. You may not hold more than 20 training points at a time. If an adventure or campaign begins with player characters starting a level higher than 0, a soldier with training discipline begins their first adventure with 15 training points. Using soldier abilities does not cost humanity, and most soldier abilities do not require an investment of humanity. Those that do are the abilities that can only be gained through the repeated exposure to and participation in violence. Interesting. And a cool way to make the human character very flexible and very potentially powerful. Because everyone else has to spend strain for all sorts of things, but you're a soldier. You've trained for this. You can use that discipline. You can use that training in place of your strain, at least for a while, at least to cover a whole set of different abilities. Yeah, I really like that. It's like, okay, so the things that I can do are mostly fight and shoot gun, I guess. Let's see what else we've got, right? So we've got close quarters combat training. Learning to fight. To really fight is a painful and laborious process. A soldier doesn't just need to drill techniques to reach their potential. They have to spar with heavy contact. They have to hurt people and get hurt. They have to fight. Up close fighting is dirty and horrible, and a soldier who knows this is among the dirtiest and most horrible opponents there are. So at rank 1, spend 1 strain of any type. This round, your attacks with light melee weapons have rate of fire 3. You may not switch targets, you may not switch targets in between attacks as you could with firearms. If you are dual wielding applicable weapons, you may only gain rate of fire 3 on the first attack, and only from the first hit gains bonus damage from toughness. So again, we're kind of I'm not going to dive into the full. I'm going to try and recreate the combat on some of these because there's a lot of little details. Again, I like this. I get what they're going, but there's also a lot to keep track of here. Even the first level of being a soldier requires... I mean, look at this. You just read it. If you don't have at least some level of system mastery when you're playing this game, you're not going to know how to play your character, right? This is not the type of game, and that's, I think, one of, going back to an earlier rant from this stream, right? That I don't think this is a game that, as much as I am enjoying it overall, by the way, we're going to see a lot of good art in the next few minutes. I do like very much what they've done with the archetype art for each one. Even just this simple soldier is still very well done. But like, if you need to understand the system. Like, you can't do, this is not a pickup game kind of thing. Like, even just the very first rank of how to fuck people up in close quarters really only makes sense to you if you're familiar and understand what this all means. Otherwise, it's like, okay, does that mean I get to hit more? Like, yes. But you need to know, like, what rate of fire specifically means in this game to know whether this is a good or bad thing, right? So it's like, it's complex. It requires, and that's the thing, again, it requires that level of buy-in. It requires that level of, like, my players need to have sat down and at least made the effort to understand this system before we can comfortably play this, even with those, like, sheets and stuff, right? With those cheat sheets. Because of the way this game handles things, where it's not just, you're not just remembering that, a level 3 skill gives you a +3 on a roll or whatever, but rather that a rank C skill opens up this entire selection of things that I can do on a roll involving it, right? You're gonna have a bad time. So again, I go back to that as my main concern / complaint / whatever about this game. That while I don't hate what it's doing, and I think overall the mechanics really work well, and a lot of them make a lot of sense once I kind of read it and see what they're doing, it's also complex enough that I just, unless you can somehow, and here's the thing, like this, the Orpheus Protocol itself, the game, right, is based off of, or was built off of, where is it? It's around here somewhere, but basically this was a podcast. Like, basically this was a live play game show that I guess it was like homebrewed, made, and used on that show. And then they had a Kickstarter to actually publish it, like finish it, get art, etc., and publish it. If you're a fan of that podcast, which I was at the time, I haven't listened to them in a while. I don't know if they're still running or not even. But like, cool. And if you happen to have all your friends are also listening to the same podcast, which good luck with that. Then for those, if you're already a fan of this, I can see getting invested enough to get in. But for somebody who's not familiar with this, like, again, it's a hard sell because it's so complex. And it's a shame because I like what it's trying to do. So we're going to kind of skip a little because I'm not going to just read every single rank of every power. We're just going to skip them forward unless we see like really interesting stuff, I think, right? Also, I want to save my voice a little. We're down to the last half, like 20 minutes of the show anyway. So, and I can feel that I've been yelling a lot. So let's see. So again, we got close quarters combat. So a lot of options for basically like using light melee weapons in close combat and fucking people up extra hard. Then we got combat tacticians. Ceaseless training and drills render split-second tactical decision making second nature to the soldier, and the soldier's insights make them a brilliant field commander. So at rank 1, you can spend strain of any type and choose one, gain a +2 on type bonus to your tactical acumen. Okay, this is basically like you want to use tactics, so now you can spend strain to get tactical acumen to have more points to spend on your tactics, so you can apply more tactical effects to it. Cool. Same thing with rank 2, or make your tactics bonus rolls better. Rank 3 is a passive. Once per round, you may reduce the initiative point cost of a tactics maneuver. So basically, be able to do tactics, more tactics maneuvers because they are cheaper to buy. And then 2 levels of mastery, and then an overload. So like this stuff, like you can do mastery A, mastery B. You choose one of those 2, and then as you level up, you'll have a chance to get the other mastery. And then as you level up, you'll eventually be able to add an overload to one of these skills. That's kind of how advancement works. Let's see, field experience. There's no substitute for time spent in the field. Soldiers with enough experience in battle develop an almost supernatural sense of the ebb and flow of dangerous situations, predicting opponent moves on a subconscious level. So rank 1 lets you invest 2 humanity. You no longer must spend a strain to beat ties in combat. Rank 2, invest 2 additional humanity. For a total of 4, you may ignore all negative dice on initiative rolls in addition to the effects of rank 1. Invest 2 additional humanity for a total of 6. Full defense now grants +2 defense. Okay. Penalties which grews caused by the environment. So basically, field experience is a way to kind of like compartmentalize. It's like specific soldier version of compartmentalizing. You invest, you kind of bank X amount of humanity. You become just a little bit colder and more robotic because you compartmentalize things, and you can then kind of like push yourself in ways that are a little bit harder in the field because you've seen this before. You know how to deal with it, kind of thing. I like that. I like that approach. Firearms training. The skill ceiling for the use of firearms in combat is high indeed. Hand-eye coordination drills, quick thinking exercises, and arduous practice can make the gun an extension of the soldier's body. Note: the firearms training ability may be used with any ranged weapon for which you have at least 1 skill rank, not only firearms, but can only be used with physical weapons, not attacks granted by abilities. Good to know. So rank 1, spend 1 strain of any type. This round, if you aim a ranged weapon, you may choose call shots at a -1 penalty, the -2. Basically, you're better at called shots. You can make an easy, you can basically, once per scene, replace an applicable ranged attack roll with a +2, basically a guaranteed hit. Mastery A lets you do called shots, but also like they like specifically like vulnerabilities, so reduce the effective toughness with a called shot. Master B, carry more guns. Fun. Good. Shooty. I get it. Focus, commitment, and sheer will. Just as the body can be trained to endure and excel in combat situations, the mind and emotions can be trained to shake off the harrowing impacts of violence and push the body past its safe limits, a key aptitude for the effective soldier. So kind of the same thing. Invest humanity, and you'll be able to kind of protect yourself from like some horror checks and stuff. Again, compartmentalization. Let's kind of skip forward. Intelligence training. Years of experience and study make the soldier a force to be reckoned with when it comes to logistics and planning for espionage operations, as well as on-the-spot tactical choices to aid in the stealthy carrying out of objectives. So, rank 1, spend 1 strain of any type, gain a +2 bonus to checks using stealth infiltration. Okay, so basically bonuses to stealth infiltration, moving around, etc., because of your intelligence training. Cool. And that's it. So, okay, so soldiers. What are they good for? Shooting people, punching people in the face. They are tough. They know how to do tactics better. They can do more tactics. They can do more, fight more tactically. They can compartmentalize away wound penalties. They compartmentalize away horror penalties. They can shoot real good. And they can, with the right training, be sneaky and do good investigation. Cool. All-rounders. I like it. Very focused on combat, but still all-rounders. And then, look at the art. Look at this art. Look at the art for the cyborg. Look at that shit. That's dope. All right, he's getting shot at. The flesh is getting like torn away from the metal underneath. His arm is a cannon. Like it's dope. It's dope as fuck. I appreciate it. I like that this game is doing good stuff with the art. But also, that's a bit of an escalation, right? From just like person with combat training to like I am made of metal. And it only gets weirder, right? So cyborgs. The technological sophistication of prosthetics has surged over the last few decades. Augmented reality implants have become real, and the public has access to and knowledge of only a tiny fraction of the true technological advancements being pioneered in secret laboratories around the world, under the auspices of various governments, criminal organizations, and most of all, Orpheus. Note, cyborg is only one of only 2 archetypes can be taken as a 3rd or 4th archetype. Okay, never mind. That's basically for advancement at some point. I'm kind of skipping it for right now. Using cyborg abilities does not cost humanity, and most cyborg abilities do not require an investment of humanity. Those that do are abilities that alter the cyborg's brain and personality specifically to make them a more effective weapon of war. If you take these abilities, it's recommended that you flavor your humanity loss as at least partially related to this damaging alteration to your consciousness. So they have their unique mechanic that only cyborgs get is predictive algorithm. The most advanced Orpheus cyborgs are equipped with a neural augmentation that records combat data in real time, feeding predictive trajectories directly into the relevant parts of the cyborg's brain. At the end of each round of combat, gain a +1 tactics bonus to all combat checks that directly oppose an entity that you were aware of for the full round and are primarily physical in nature, director discretion. This bonus stacks at the end of the secret rounds to a maximum of +3. Once per round, you may spend 2 mental and or physical strain to increase your predictive algorithm bonus by 1. If new entities enter the combat or leave combat by means of stealth and re-enter it, you do not benefit from this bonus against them until the start of the next round. Lose your predictive algorithm bonus if you fail an up check, take 5 or more wounds, blah, blah, blah. Spending 1 round observing entities while unseen stealth actions counts as having taken the aim action once. Thus, each round if you observe from stealth, your effective search result goes down by 1. Observing for 3 rounds will result in -3 to your stealth score. Could result in enemies taking notice of you, yada, yada, yada. All right, so that's cool. Okay, so they're a unique thing, and we saw with the soldier, right? With the soldier, their unique thing was the training discipline. They get this pool of 10 with a maximum of 20 training points at the beginning of an adventure, rather not a session, an adventure. They can regain some of them through downtime and whatnot. But these extra points are basically just extra strain that you can use for all sorts of stuff, representing your training and your discipline for that. Nobody else gets that. Cyborgs, it's mostly about combat, but specifically, it's the longer combat goes on, the more their systems start to predict their enemy's actions. So the longer they've been fighting somebody, the more bonuses they get against them because their systems are adapting to them. That's kind of cool. I like that's a really interesting approach to what a cyborg can do, like beyond just like I am made of metal and therefore hard to kill, right? I really like that mechanic for cyborgs. Okay, and so their things that they can pick up and learn are You have enhanced optical targeting systems. Sensory enhancements in the eyes and brain of the cyborg allow them to make surgically accurate attacks and parse visual information more precisely and quickly than normal humans. So you get to invest humanity, and then you spend initiative points to engage your optical targeting system. Each time you attack the scene, gain a +1 ability bonus to hit for each previous attack you've made. So engaging your optical targeting system, again, like they ramp up, they ramp up, they ramp up. And the more you keep it up, the more powerful they get. So you really don't want extended combats against a cyborg. As a cyborg, you love extended combats. Is what it feels like. Let's kind of skip to integrated projectile weapon. This augmentation conceals a highly effective firearm within the cyborg's arm, or internally mounts a larger firearm in a less concealed way. These weapons fire high-mass Gauss projectiles at subsonic speeds, silently pulverizing foes at a distance. Ah, damn. All right. So basically, it's just a built-in weapon, and the higher the rank, the more powerful the weapon is. Solid. Let's keep going. It actually works with the predictive algorithm. So once you have +1 or more from the predictive algorithm, an additional rate of fire shots taken in one action, the accuracy penalty for each sequence is low and less. So basically, because of this, you have a weapon, and your predictive algorithm integrates with it to keep you let you take multiple shots with less of a penalty. Cool. All right, we've got integrated life support systems. Internal upgrades deliver hormones, stimulants, hyper-accelerated stem cell therapy, and injected bandages, allowing the cyborg to recover incredibly quickly from injury and maintain high performance despite being damaged. So basically, you can reboot to restore some physical wounds, refresh stain, etc., as you go. So some kind of self-repair, self-healing, solid stuff. Integrated stealth technology. Complex optical and projective camouflage temporarily reduces cyborg's visual impression to a translucent shimmer. All right, so bonuses, all sorts of bonuses and modifications to stealth. Solid. And then overcharge. A complex system of implants and muscular enhancements allows the cyborg to overtax their musculoskeletal system and flood their body with adrenaline and combat enhancement drugs, becoming extremely fast and powerful for a time, but suffering overstrain afterwards. Cool. I like that. I like out overclocking. Best to humanity, spend some strain, gain ability bonus to melee attacks, might, athletics, and parry. And then the higher it is, the more you can kind of do. Solid stuff. No complaints. But also they're very focused on, like, all their stuff is very much combat focused. Like, no really, like, at least the soldier has, like, the intelligence training that can give them some investigation and stuff. Cyborgs are almost entirely, it's all about combat. Subdermal armor, so you've got some armor there. Cool. I'm going to skip that over. And let's move on to the next one. We're moving at a quick clip because we've got less than 10 minutes of stream left. And I want to get to... actually, we're not going to get to the Nephilim. We're not. Which is fine. Because the Draugr already, like, okay, so, you know, soldier, cool, cyborg, okay, sci-fi much, but cool. And then now we're getting into the weird real quickly. So the Draugr. In sites that have seen murder, cannibalism, or other violent depravities, there roam spirits of bloodletting and gluttony. Known as Draugr in Scandinavian cultures, it is unclear whether they motivate these atrocities or are merely attracted to them. Humans bonded to these spirits carry the starving cold of winter with them as they stalk the shadows, lusting for the sustenance and warmth of living blood. A unique mechanic: hunger. When a Draugr causes an enemy to bleed or causes their bleeding to increase in severity, they gain 1 point of hunger to a maximum of 4. Hunger expires at the end of each scene. The effects of each level of hunger are detailed in the following table. And here, this is interesting because at first, when you've got hunger 1, you gain 1 plus 1d3 damage to your Draugr's melee attacks. At level hunger 2, the Draugr gets plus 2d3, but all others within one area of the Draugr all start doing more damage on melee attacks. At level 3, even more damage for the Draugr, and the same amount of damage to melee. Like, you know, again, you're inspiring the area around you to everybody is more violent. And then up to level 4, which is 4d3 and 2d3 for outsiders. But here's the thing. If you were to run into a pack of these guys, you're fucked. because, note, no entity other than the Draugr themselves may gain more than a total of plus 2d30 damage in this way, even if multiple Draugr are present, and Draugr may not gain more than a total of 4d30. If an entity hits an enemy more than once with a single attack, thanks to dual wielding or having a rate of fire greater to 1, this bonus damage only applies to the first of the stack. But point is, like, everyone else can get a maximum of 2d3, or if there's 2 Draugr, you can get the 2d3 from, like, and they both got hunger too, right, because they've made enough people bleed to have that level of hunger, then you can get a plus 2d3 to your bonuses, to your damage on your attacks if there's at least 2 Draugr. But the Draugr themselves, if they both get to hunger, or there's just like a group of 4 of them with hunger 2, all of a sudden all 4 of those Draugr are doing plus 4d3 on each damage. So I hope that these guys are solitary by nature, because wild if true. And then their abilities, so you got Alacrity. Your movements are quick and cold, graceful as shadow, and knife edge sharp. Spend 1 physical spiritual strain, gain a plus 2 ability bonus to athletics, and plus 1 ability bonus to melee attacks. So basically making yourself better and faster at combat. Anthropophagy. Anthropophagy. There we go. Anthropophagy. Whatever. Eating people. Cannibalism is inextricably bound to the nature and fate of the Draugr. The consumption of warm human flesh grants the Draugr unnatural resilience and power. Do you want to play a character that eats people? This baby can fit so many people getting eaten inside it. Rank 1, spend 3 initiative points to eat the flesh from a helpless human victim or freshly killed human corpse in your area, healing yourself of 1d3 health and dealing 1 unpreventable health damage to your victim if they are still alive. Once per scene, while using this ability, you may lose 1d3 additional humanity and or refresh an equal amount of physical and or spiritual strain, divided as you choose. So, rank 1 of cannibalism. That's right. There's multiple cannibalist ranks. All right. I am a double master of cannibalism. The first thing it does is lets you heal yourself while damaging others unless they're already dead. But also, once per scene, you can sacrifice. You can lose some humanity, sacrifice some humanity, and get some strain back. At rank 2, same thing, but you heal yourself for more. You eat more flesh. Same, and the numbers go up. Number go up is good. Rank 3, passive. If you would refresh strain with rank 1 or rank 2, refresh the full amount of physical and spiritual strain, then dividing the total between both. Cool. Mastery rank A. This one I'm going into detail because, cannibalism, right? You may use either rank of this ability as a ritual, taking 1d3 plus 10 minutes to complete. In addition to the normal effects, you may lose up to 2d3 additional humanity, gain 2d3 bonus damage dice per d3 humanity lost. You may not gain more than 4d3 bonus damage dice. Okay, so basically you can sacrifice humanity to do even more damage. Mastery B, when you kill an entity with a damage from either rank of this ability, you may reduce the severity of all your injury-based conditions by 2 once per adventure. Overload, when you deal damage with this ability, you may spend 5 humanity to double that damage and regain all your missing health and hunger. At the end of a scene in which you're dealt damage with this ability, you may spend up to 1 humanity for each point of hunger you have. For each humanity you spend this way, 1 point of hunger does not expire at the end of the scene, instead expiring at the end of the next scene involving combat. Wow, so you can kind of keep your hunger running for the next one, so you get those bonuses. Interesting. Bitter Gale, the Draugr unleashes the gelid fury of Winter's Heart, buffeting and freezing nearby victims. Spend 3 initiative points. All entities other than you in your area lose 3 initiative points. So basically, crowd control, slow everybody down, minus penalties to everybody in the area, while you get to move better. Very cool. Bloodlust, such as the Draugr's hunger for hot blood. Their enemies' wounds seem eager to feed them. When you deal damage using an unarmed attack or a melee attack with a light weapon that has no encumbrance value, your victim must automatically check against bleeding. So basically, it makes it easier for you to make other people bleed. And when other people bleed, that triggers all the other stuff, like your hunger and everything. It all feeds in. Hungry shadows, darkness, enfolds the Draugr like a cloak, obscuring and silencing its movements and enabling devastating ambush attacks. So go in the dark. And again, look at the art real quick. See, it's dark, so I'm not sure how well it shows on camera. But like it's a person with like a glowing, icy knife, hiding in the dark from people coming at them. So in topic, hungry shadows, you sneak around, you're extra stealthy, etc., etc. People around you suffer penalties at mastery levels because of your control of shadows. Frigid blood. The cold of the deepest midwinter courses through the Draugrs' veins, rendering their bodies resilient and their touch lethally chilling. So you gain some level of resistance to damage, and also you do more damage because people are cold. Winters, you can grant the winter's chill condition. Very cool. And then there's okay. So these ones now actually have a table. And the more humanity you lose with, so cyborg and soldier don't really have that, but here we start with the ones that really do. And so since you saw a lot of stuff lets you spend humanity to activate it. So the more humanity you lose, the more you kind of become a weird supernatural creature. So at 175 to 76 humanity, the subject is slightly drawn looking. While at a higher 50s, like subject displays albinism, darkened irises and sclera, predatory and violent behaviors in evidence. While at the maximum level, 0 humanity, if you lose it all. First of all, actually, before you're about to lose it all, your subject shows a lengthening of limbs, rotting gray skin, and is a single heartbeat away from undeath. Prone to violent outbursts and displaced with a tendency towards sadism. And then if you reach 0 humanity when you lose your character, subject's mind and body are no longer discernibly human. The undead again walker stalks the earth as an ambush predator and must be captured and put through significant treatment to regain faculties. So that's the thing. The more, once you lose enough humanity, you basically are no longer human. You effectively lose your character. That's our first example to like an outright supernatural character. And then the next one will be the Eminent. Again, I love the art. Here we go. Let me show that because I know the shiny is fucking it up. There we go. She's great. I kind of love that art. Also, she's just kind of hanging out with something eldritch there, and I'm a big fan of that. Also, the Eminence, I believe, are the pet class. Some schools of thought have it that magic itself is nothing more than an exchange of energies between the world of thought and the world of the material. A deeper secret is that a bridge exists between these two realms, sought for centuries by mystics, ascetics, and the mad. The Eminent is one who has learned the truth of that bridge, can create it wherever they go, giving form to thought. The Eminent's thought forms take many shapes, aiding their creator autonomously and making an Eminent an army unto themselves. This is the pet class, and I'm excited to dive into it, or at least I will be tomorrow, because it's time to wrap up our stream. I'm gonna actually just mark over here. Here we go. I'm gonna snooze the ads because I'm not gonna hit you one last time with ads as we wrap up the stream. It's time to wrap up. I feel bad running ads at the end of the stream. Also, nobody watches them. I mean, I guess if you do, thank you, but you don't have to, right? So we're just gonna wrap up because I do need to rest my voice. I need to take a break. I need to feed my cat. And will I be back tonight? Probably not. I don't know. I feel like my voice needs a break. So instead, here's my normal schedule. I will be back tomorrow. We will continue with the Orpheus Protocol, and we will look at the rest of the archetypes because I'm really excited to start diving into the more supernaturally themed ones because there are some really interesting. I really want to get to the Nephilim. I think you guys are gonna really be intrigued by that one. But also, I'm excited about all of them. It's an interesting game. Again, it's so complex. But so far I've liked pretty much everything we've seen in it. It's just that some of it is going to take some. It's a learning curve. It does have a learning curve. I'm curious to see, and I think based on what I'm seeing, like it's not a badly designed game. So I feel like it's the kind of learning curve that will be rewarded if you take the time for it. Because even the little demos that I've done here, we're like, okay, let's roll a skill and see what happens. Like they flow well enough. And when I look at what the abilities go and I'm understanding what the system is, I go, oh, okay, so this means that it does this, this, and this. Like, okay, yeah, that makes sense within the system. Like it's just, there is a definite learning curve to it. Once you kind of get over that hill, I think there's a really good game in there. And I'm excited to see how that keeps going for the next one and what they do with the supernatural abilities for the other ones. But that'll be tomorrow. Otherwise, for tonight, I think I'm done. I thought maybe I would play like some video games. By the way, Phoenix, I got that game that you gave me. So a friend of the stream here, Phoenix Scientist, gave us donated a game called Viewfinder, and I've been meaning to stream it. I actually haven't played it because I want to play it on stream since it was a gift. And I originally thought I might play that tonight, but I want to rest my voice. So probably no streaming tonight. But I think at some point in this week, I'm going to take an evening, and play some of that. So look forward to that, hopefully soon. Other than that, I think we're done. Thanks so much for hanging out, folks. Take care, Phoenix. Take care, Ken Doyle. Anybody else on stream? Arbalist, PB, Bathan. I know you're gone, but if you by any chance watch the rest of the stream later, it was great having you again. Thanks for the sub. Anyone else on stream? Thanks so much for hanging out. I will be back tomorrow. We will continue looking at some weird shit on the on Titter Pigs, and yeah. I'll see you all then. Take care. Have an absolutely great time zone wherever you are, and bye-bye.